Good
Good
morning.
morning,
This is
this is
Delegate
Vice
Stewart
Chair
calling in from Sawmill.
Good morning, everybody. This is Vice Chair Smith calling in.
Good morning, colleagues. We hear you loud and clear. I hope everything is well.
Good morning. Yes, it is. We have lines of people getting water. So it's a good morning over here in Sawmill.
And colleagues, while we start the call, I'm just going to ask any amendments, if we can make sure we give them to Legislative Council so they can draft and properly have them ready when you plan to ask for an amendment on legislation 0144-20. Thank you.
Agushi, thank you. We'll do that.
Morning, Shimoyaji. Delegate Freeland.
Yeah, Shiaj, it's good to hear from you.
Nanda, did you see that amendment request from the Health Command?
Let me check my files right now, Delegate. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. I can resend it to you if needed.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Delegate Paul Begay calling in.
This is Delegate Yell here, too, calling in.
All. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Good morning, Jamie Hino.
Not all at once now, guys.
Hello, am I on the right call? Oh.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Brown. Hello, are we online?
We're waiting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for being patient. Just have a couple of technical difficulties regarding the internet. So we're fixing that still. So give us about another couple minutes. Thank you.
I brought coffee for these guys. Hey, Rachel. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for coming out here. I got you guys coffee because I'm just getting hot. But some what? Tie down? Oh, okay.
3 lanes. There's only 2 guys with that company that's carrying the tank into the truck and tying it down.
Oh, okay.
And it can take forever.
Yeah. We could sanitize everything.
Nate, there's someone, I think you're unmuted.
Anyway, before that, we can do something.
Oh, kind of like what the missionaries did in Cuba.
Are you still around?
I saw them driving. That's when I called them.
Okay.
But I told Matt. So I got some bananas and oranges for you guys too. But they're
The missionaries.
Gotcha. Atintan Scott. Payahante ni. Mark Freeland.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Yate Bena. We can go ahead and get started now. We're recording. We're live. Right, we go. With that, colleagues, thank you very much for being a part of today's a meeting. We have an agenda before us, a proposed agenda for this is the 24th Navajo Nation Council Window Rock Council special session via teleconference. I am here in Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation, and today's date is July 30th. We have a scheduled time for today, July 30th, and if we need extra time, July 31st, 2020. The time right now is 10:21 a.m. 10:21 a.m. I'm presiding by myself, Seth Amon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let me go to the floor and Chairman Hino, I see you're online. You mind doing an invocation for us?
Good morning, Sile. Bigaho, Adok, Do. 신난다 오늘 시카리기 아도나 바헬라 나니 캐나 아니기 아돔나 jem 에코야 이거 나 하트에게 benai silkara benakje ya kudai to the dizenda ki hoda ya di kodoshmana sa alo ya khiskahan lo ni kododa ya ba ki helata dingende di khai ani benakje ko e kha khoshya ni kitna ya kol jishigi ba ki tani sulako adon da kodoya bi pina betela dizin ni chen ya di hota ya ni ke not at egi betskain sunda adoni the case adon na che ni tsisa at egi betskaun khain sun adon betskani god ya na ni khato adon na che di ko ya betskje adoni madoni che da halon adoni chidoi matun che da halon da hande adon da koni kelan linigi jo ko betskani de ho e ba hele ko adoni the bed at ni linda tehida Ado kon kada halyan ni chada ni masada. So ita ay kung ya bes kita hani tin ko. Eben na che ya ko ta ya di hakidin lagi. Ado ben na che ya ba hili ko ba kita ni tsun. Eben na che ya ko no cut nen be kitochi ko. So ta ya di internet an kin. Eben na che ya ko de ya ni galit na te ko. Alo di ebesh mahasa ane kodo ya benkite sin ko. Jo eben na che ya ko in hatat e neben hata. Che ko di po ba delia ko. Ado ben na che ya ba na hata gi ben na che ya di ko naso tsakis. Le naso kushi des kanado da des na kodo ya halchena banse de keso ko. Abla che khada shini gata da Ada eben na nada hatloda. Jo eben na che hada ya teta dil se ti pini na che. Ada hada ya ti ni ndene na maslinigi. Jo ya ko ya ni na chita ni ta ko. Ada ben na che ya di ko ya kha khalya ko ti tishi ko sta. Mas etsa ta no pa ne ko. Di na ha no wache na le khadishin da dotlik. Tota ya tira dizado na tani tleti in the net and oshigi na chini tsajo hatli de khadshi dot tota ya tira diziko ado na che ya tikon ya khash ndida khadshi landaka lekin khadas ade bqala desne khaba akhriya ado dan salat sodan linigi to ila khadshi kullu khata halyan أي بقال ذات إذا خبأ خلني عادة جناب بتنسم بتكيسي هذا بالنتيجة يا كون يا ديدا هذا تان خان هاي دوكا إيشين خاد شني ذات هذا يا بتصير ديلزين كو فبالنتيجة يا هذا تلفزيون بيبني بيجر هذا أتوني نا وجنا هسلي وجنا هتطلع شو هذا يا بعد أي كان Even the chair, the could not sleep. Would not sleep. Would not sleep. Would not sleep. Here, last for let me offer that prayer.
Thank you, Chairman Henio, for that prayer this morning. With that, colleagues, let's go on down and do a roll call. Make sure we got a quorum here this morning. Mr. Bellick, if you could do a roll call for us, appreciate that. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Good morning, everyone. Delegate Calvin Begay is present.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Let that finish. Delegate Paul Begay is present.
I'm in a mask.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Gina Charles Newton. Honorable Ms. Gina Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Good morning, at aid Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty calling in from Navajo Nation. Window Rock, thank you.
Honorable Amber Knapp Quiley answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Hello, present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable,
Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater
Honorable
present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Present.
Honorable Daniel So.
Got A. Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Kula. Got A. Oh, here.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker, present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellerhair.
Got A. Benaconi system. Present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellerhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honorable
is calling in from Denahoto.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present. Buck, New Mexico.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present. Calling from Coatlicon, Arizona.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, we have 21 members present. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Isabella. 21 members present. We do have a quorum here. Good morning, everyone. Yate Bennett, good morning to everybody out there that's listening in too as well. With that, moving on down, recognizing guests and visiting officials. You go ahead and go to the floor. Any recognizing guests and visiting officials?
Speaker Damon's Philip.
Yes. Chairman Henyo, go ahead.
Kaya sila Speaker Damon Ado. Sinanta Ado staff. Ado da isni Daniel Swagi. Yate Benado. Ado na Jayco. Kaya lang di shoutout anigi. I'd say just listening to the news this morning. Representative John Lewis from Georgia to today by each day. So even not just going to see if council can recognize the work that Representative Lewis did during his years as a leader for the United States and his work with the civil rights and how much of a difference he made as a civil rights advocate. Out of Nacha too, from what I understand, they did a lot of positive things for the Native Americans. So I recognize that the from the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and maybe issue a press release to commend his work during his lifetime as a representative to the United States Congress. That reserve my time.
Three minutes and 45 seconds reserve time. Colleagues, any other recognizing guests or visiting officials?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, good morning.
Good morning, Speaker.
Good morning. Go ahead.
I would just like to, thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Good morning. I would just like to say good morning to KYAT. They just text me to say that they're listening in. Roy Keto, thank you for being a good friend and for keeping us updated on what's going on with your radio station. So I just want to say that this time. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Chair, 4 minutes, 30 seconds reserve time. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. On the radio station listening to us. Any other comments, questions, recognizing guests and visiting officials? Went once, went twice.
Speaker, I'm on the line. I'm sorry I lost my signal, but I'm on the line. Freeland, thank you.
Recognizing guests and visiting officials, Honorable Freeland?
No, I think I might have missed roll call, but I'm on the call now. Thank you.
Okay. For that, moving back then to Chairman Henia, 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Just recognizing my chapters, Alamo, Rema, and Fojle, you're listening. Good morning. Just sitting here. There's a kitchen table with my parents. We're all listening in. So, as a speaker, if we could just do a moment of silence for my earlier recognition for the late Representative John Lewis. I appreciate it. Wait the rest of my time.
You, Chairman Hinu, for that request, and good morning to your parents out there too, as well. Good morning to everybody's parents out there across the whole Navajo Nation. Let me go ahead and recognize that. I know we did a moment of silence for Representative Lewis during the summer session, but today is his day, and we'll go ahead and recognize that. So colleagues, staff members, individuals listening in across the within the four sacred mountains and externally, thank you for listening in. We're going to do a moment of silence right now for Representative John Lewis. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Hinu, for acknowledging that and recognizing that at this time too as well. Thank you, and may the nation be with his family today, and the prayers that we have with his family. Lost a hero from the civil rights era to a mover and shaker for not only the African community, but also for Indian country as well. So thank you very much for your service and dedication. Great leader, Mr. John Lewis. That, colleagues, let's move on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 30 seconds on reserve time.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I forgot to also mention the veterans who are listening in. I just want to recognize them at this time, the veterans for the Northern agencies. Always great working with them. And with that, Speaker, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Good morning, Northern Agency veterans. Good morning to all the veterans across the Navajo Nation as well, too. New player, Honorable Yellow Hair. Recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Ja, ik ben good morning, ja, speaker. Name ja, ik ben 24 councilman in Islam, 24 council of nation. On behalf of the my people from Black Mesa, Chichichi, Bagane, Donate of the Force Late Kabaho, Pinion, Story Talk Where Till Toy, Hot Ratana, is not young hard here to dish, so close not I. Aron that the Lago, the hidden late or the I don't hear to is not songy. Aro are young veterans, are young servicemen, but lady Kato is at the head, yet on her night of Aron Hudson dot Kaido, kindergarten to senior to college, university out there. Thank you for listening. It's not songy. Yeah, could I need it to those in Bashel, cutting it out. We bless them to be our future leaders and care our government as it is right now. Not a edition shouldn't not in the now need all this shouldn't. Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to go back on mute now. Thank you.
Honorable Yellow Hair. That, moving on down. Honorable Stewart on recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Oh, good morning, Tilla.
Good morning.
Speaker name and Aron that Anis ko Beshmat and then Glenigi, Aron then his special guest and Lenigi, the officials and Lenigi that Aron the community members. ADGA, yeah, shout out that the nation song for all of their interest into our government and how we conduct our businesses. We've been getting some good feedback from our meetings like that. And for the inputs and the suggestions that our community members give us. One other area there was a former delegate, Arthur D. Yazzie, who served from 2006 to 2010 from Blue Gap. So just to request that we keep his family and his loved ones in mind and keep them in prayer as well. He did do his part as a delegate, and so I'll go without a basically to listen. And so I'll put out a announcement is slash order. That's all, Shatila. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. 24th Navajo Nation Council, staff, Legislative Council, my brother, Delegate Chairman Henio, behind Ziggy, I see my Asian Benage Nicholas, Ziggy, teaching Benani Ted or less teaching Benashini Ted or less. Go here, I just want to recognize the 4 chapters that I represent, the great old J. So, the Shama East Martico. Adonan officials on Ziniki, they're on the line listening to Navajo Nation Council special session, regular session that is Father Koshimata, Shirley Bedoni, and the great chapter coordinator Adonan Kodo AMS to Aja that Peggy Brigo Sokodo, Adonana Shant Tore Elizabeth Whitethorn Manali, Adonana chapter officials, Shanto Economic Development Corporation, ADO, Adon the Planning and Zoning, Adonana the 4 representatives, Ajdanahal Kanigi Kodo, Kodo, Adonana Tlapi Kendo Sokodo, East Aja Sokodo now. Chapter manager, Kodo Shasna Ash, Earl Sombrero. Good morning, Dean. Kodo, thank you for being on the line. When we do our council session, Kodo, Adonan chapter official, Seniki Sokodo, East Flash, Sokodo, Martha Tate, Kodo Shama, Adonan Geraldine Chi, Adonan Chancey Notice Dean, Sokodo, Jerry McGee, Sokodo, Kodo grazing official. Adonana Nafis Ano Sokodo Shama Marina Atin Kododa chapter coordinator Sokodo Isplajo Adonana chapter officials Dan Zinigi, my brother Kododa chapter president Mr. Hank Stevens Adonda Kododa Willie Gray Eye County Commissioner, San Juan County Commissioner Edo Kododa chapter secretary Isplajo Adonda Shama Kododa chapter vice president, Miss Jean, Roland Small Canyon, grazing official, grazing official, Billy Charlie, grazing official, Roland Small Canyon, introduce the shadow that I just don't want to recognize them today. I don't know what I should have Miskin Stani, any flash. Jono Shikodo, that is Nifija, I did say that it was called that legislation. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, let me go on down to Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, 24th Navajo Nation Council and staff and those that are listening in. Okay, good morning to all of you. I'd like to recognize the 5 chapters that I represent: Hauk, Lupton, Nahatazil, Wide Ruins, and Klagato. Good morning to all my constituents out there, officials, grandparents, and young folks and children that are out there. For listening in and supporting our efforts to help our community. Out of Akadotnan, our senior centers, Nahatazil, and also Lupton, Ajit workers and those that are helping our elders out there, giving them curbside services for the food. Chair Henyo, John Lewis. Yes, he was very active in the civil rights, and he was right there with Martin Luther King, and they crossed that Edmund Pettus Bridge back in the 60s, and they encountered a lot of heartaches, and they were beat almost to death, and John Lewis almost lost his life representing the civil rights issue. I had the chance to go down to Alabama when I was in UNM, and I did cross that bridge, and I'll always remember that as the civil rights, and they did cross that bridge with Congressperson John Lewis. The other one, too, is I like to give condolence to Arthur Yazzie and his family, former council delegate. He was a ranger for Kushinachai. I worked with him, and we will miss him greatly. and God bless his family. The other one I'd like to say too is recognize the Fort Defiance Agency veterans for serving your time out there and providing freedom for the great United States. Not only Fort Defiance Agency, but also the other 5 agency veterans throughout the Navajo Nation. We're one of the largest Indian nations that have veterans and that served in the campaign of warfare, peacetime, you name it, conflicts. The other one I'd like to say too is a hit for Commander Cassandra Morgan from Wide Ruins and helping out the veterans in behalf of getting food out there. I met with her this morning at the cheat days, and thanks to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton for getting food donations for 15 veterans out there that needed help, and we're still trying to help everyone out there in behalf of that. So I'd like to present all that to those that are listening in, and for each and every one of you, and God bless you. And we've been receiving rain, and that's really a welcome sight. Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That moving on down, Honorable Vince James.
Benu Ado da Nale Speaker Ado Hisnahani Ado da Isnasai Kodo Sahiki ya de Kodos not Afan Sliniki Kindaslichi like a hantel is the Trahoye Jadetpo La Hashim Sashik in Liniki Niki dog at the Slini. The Quishi, they are in lineage and the Haskell in the Navy Hata has Yasale. Ye what are Ajik 8 and Lenny, but quite a hot edie. Sad upon shade the Haone, Hiki, Sadiki. It's in this Arsenal, so Kodo, the near a Shakido Arsenal. So another ordinate on this Kodosh the net than Leniki, Adot Ahoshi net Neja. Haone, Yat Ehiki, she what she be. Nasna de no casto less just what answers case oh, how you aunt out. Is a Leniki, it's Quatas Leko. So Kodo Bahadiste. So Nana Naki on ya. Kodo and that look iki. Oh, how you again for Kindashi look until it's it. Hoye Jeditko. Aje and that way la ya business nesto hisn date nish. Ko aje a stop hitting the or actually be a ko. All the volunteers that have assisted with the Navajo Hopi COVID relief, with the St. Mary's food bank, distribution of the diapers, wipes, hand sanitizer, and down the listing. Water warriors. Without a volunteers, a nate jaho, hit the net, but Hahone Dao, a Konzagon hit hold Jishako. Apohonet Zanit, Apohonet, Adit, a Kodo, a nailed what do indeed Ashato, a to all the volunteers that have assisted with Kisachi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito. This morning, this day, I'd like to appreciate and send my appreciation to you guys for your volunteerness, and then for all the upcoming schedule events that are going to happen within all the 5 chapters that I represent as well. So with that, I'll end it, and God bless you, and God bless the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair James. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. And guests and visiting officials. Good morning, Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, sir, indeed. Good morning. Thank you for this time. Although members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, colleagues, although our staff, legislative staff, although listeners and the meeting participants that we're going to have today, I bid you good morning. And like my colleagues, as they speak and acknowledge, thank the many people that have, of course, acknowledging the work that everyone's doing out there on our nation. Each of the 110 chapters, we all have needs. We all have issues, concerns, and we all have stresses, anxieties, and some sadness. And on the flip side to that is we have hope also. We have people that care, people that can help. There's good people out there that are willing to go the distance day and night to help our fellow community members, our elders and our children, or whomever it may be. So, I wanted to just say that this morning, that all 110 communities and then surrounding Navajo Nation, some of the towns and cities, there's not a place anywhere that doesn't have needs today during this pandemic emergency. We're all affected, we're all impacted. At the same time, all our communities on the nation and surrounding communities, there are people that are helping, taking the time to support and comfort and console our people or each other. I'm very grateful for that we have such activities going on, out of compassion and affection and respect. I want to acknowledge that in that way. Just to out of respect and acknowledging my community members also, Cameron, the coal mine, Luke, Tulani Lake, and Bird Springs chapters out here, Western Agency for officials on the Nigito, community members, school boards, the health boards, and community land use planning committees. They're part of our community, and they're all dedicated servants, just like we are here today as the council. They stand by us, we stand by them, and I wanted to acknowledge them. Some of them are listening this morning. Got a text message from Coal Mine Chapter Vice President Shinagwa, Phil Zani. He's a dedicated listener, so I wanted to honor him, and the other officials, Wanda Bagodi, Dorothy Dale. So there's numerous people that we can mention here. But this few minutes I got the floor, I wanted to just say that. Mr. Speaker and members of the council, I want to say this much. So thank you for that prayer, my brother Jamie Henu, citizen there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Gay calling in.
Hey, thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Good morning, Honorable Gay. Colleagues.
Good morning.
I don't have anybody else.
Eugene So.
Ready with the reserve time?
Eugene So.
Eugene So, good morning. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. You could have done it, son of it. Say it, man. Should sort of originally at the full time. Initially part here the next week. They left early this morning before we were trying to opening our eyes to distribute some food up in the Chichipicho area. See, Nanacha. In the area, the action it's all kind of like volunteers. Outside that don't they share. Although being great very as any the creature that donation is pull any ADD by share and it's after hard to Chris Kanda Yanana NBC interview that he originally had a CT and in Hanada a week ago and a half that they have hot look at another Nahastan Bakade the miniature that has met craft no that donation in us. That size on man to their kid up to 3,700 but $1 million if it's that size no not on shit their kid the call actually they have there's not other on NBC. It is what the Quava on the Sunday song. The Asi about instance, the Chinese chapter that you gave Michigan. I don't very senior citizens has Anita Asi back here in as the Michigan Dan Michigan Cat Gorman Senior nursing home. As of Dana spend that other hand and sanitize have a wish as from the way that they but it has whatever they have, and they're running with it. I really appreciate it. I thank them from the bottom of my heart that they're doing work for the people out there in the niche. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, that moving on down. Honorable Pernell Halona on recognizing guests and visiting officials.
So, this is Pernell Halona from Tohatchee, New Mexico. Good morning, sir. Good morning to all those on the air listening, and good morning to my colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Today, I want to have a special recognition for one of our colleagues who went through the pandemic, the situation with the virus, and it was hard, but we made it through. And that individual is Delegate Edison Wanika. Thank you, Lord, for giving him back to us and keeping him healthy and safe, him and his family. I'd like to recognize him. He went through, he had the virus, has been going through that for the last month or so, but he's now well on the way to recovery. I just wanted to welcome him back and recognize that. So the other persons that I want to recognize, I know we never do this, but with this last week and a half, 2 weeks and a half, the President Nez, Vice President, Chief Justice, and also yourself, Speaker Damon. I would like to recognize the three Chief Justices there on their work that we've been trying to get this money spent and allocated for the people of the Navajo Nation. I just want to recognize your work and all the staff and the President's staff, all the directors who have been input, as well as all the Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council, with all the efforts to make this possible, to try to get the funding out to help our Navajo Nation people, as well as all the staff on the Speaker staff. It's a great effort. It's a big effort that we've been trying to get these situations accounted for to move this funding forward, and that within the coming weeks, with the Lord's blessing and the Lord's help and guidance, that we make this possible for all the people across the Navajo Nation. And so those are some of the things that I think we need to recognize and thank everybody for all their efforts into trying to make life better for all the people here on the Navajo Nation. With that, thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 21 seconds. I'm going to turn the gavel over to Chairman Rick Nez. Chairman Nez, I have Honorable Charlene So up next on recognizing guests and visiting officials, and I have Miss Jalissa who will be helping assist you in that. So, Chairman Nez, I turn the gavel over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Also, honorable members of the 24th Council, will continue on our agenda here before us, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So.
Yad Benatiaj, Yad Shanant Donald Senegi, my 24th Navajo Nation colleagues, council delegates, Yad to all the viewers, the listeners, Shija A. Charlene So, Adult Twitter Nasha, Nanish Ejanatan, the Nan Sham, but Anibashin, Kutchini, that should shake, the Chini, that should Nana Yat and hit the needle list. Thank you for allowing me this time to recognize an individual, Shiyaj. I know that over the time, ni masana ni nalada ni shada, and le Hashinzago, they did a lot of trading. We've had to pretty much barter, and we had to. Their lifestyle was based on trust, and they're able to build a lifestyle and to provide for their families. And this individual I want to recognize passed away a couple of days ago. And this individual was a good a good friend of Navajo people. And, you know, I known this family friend for the longest time. My grandparents would work with him, and with that, you know, through hardship, he had provided ways for my family to put food on the table, to even give us a chance to build, you know, our material things, our wealth. And even when it was needed, you know, on my behalf, this gentleman was a believer in education and a motivator. And, you know, at the time that I ran for council, he always told me to be honest and to always work hard. And this, you know, he helped Navajos. He helped with any contribution he possibly could. And this individual's name is Jack Manning, a great man from Kirtland, New Mexico. And I want to offer my condolences to the Manning family at this point. Again, this man was an influential person, a great man. And, you know, I at some point in time in college, I actually came short on funds to pay for my tuition. But, you know, he was so generous, a great heart to just give me money to pay for college. And not only that, I know that he has done that for some young individuals too, because he wants them to succeed. So, Shanant, if we can just allow this moment to recognize him, and not many come along this way to help our Navajo people in that way that he did. But again, his name is Jack Manning. Thank you, Shanant, for allowing me to do this recognition.
Thank you, Honorable Charlene So. Do you have reserved time?
Yes, I will reserve my time.
Okay. So noted. Thank you very much, Honorable. So we will have a brief moment of silence here, for Mr. Jack Manning. The Manning family has been a very respectful family in the community of Kirtland, always reaching out to our Diné people when they are in need. So the Manning family has been a part of our community as well. So as well as everybody else listening, let's have a moment of silence at this time. Thank you very much. Also, Honorable Charlene So, for honoring Mr. Jack Manning from Kirtland, New Mexico. So next on the line is Honorable Nate Brown Chichilla from Cayenta, Arizona. Honorable Brown.
Best on 24th Navajo Nation Council. Shea Topahan Snow look up as a scene. Kiani does a shade, does a thunder sinala. Ado Kodotan today on the Chehesne. Nikolaya could then Casa Hella. If you have the Steed Rural Arizona Project, our young Navajo warriors that are here registering our people in this pandemic, they're taking all the precautions. They have their wagons out here and they're walking up and down in this beautiful weather. I just want to thank our Kayenta Public Health Nursing. They are here with us. And the Kayenta Wellness Center, they're here with us. These young ladies are young warriors who are also here educating Navajo people on COVID and the safety measures. So there's the boots on the ground, there's the frontline workers. So they're here with me, the young ladies from Kayenta. Say hi. Hi! So they're here. There are young warriors, our future doctors and physical therapists. We also have, I want to say, a hihat to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. They're here doing their propane distribution. And we also have our young warriors, these young ladies from Census 2020 are helping registering our people and counting them also. So a lot of good volunteers and just for instance, walking up and down, people are listening to our council as we're walking up and down. It's a beautiful day from beautiful Danahoto, and Chochimbito is also here with us. And we're just grateful that we have so many volunteers that are out here to help. Our chapter president and chapter vice president are here. My LDA is here. And we're going to be crash car in nature. So this really brings hope to our people. It boosts the morale for our people. It seems like a simple gesture, but we just want to, on behalf of our communities here, and then finally, we did lose some other individuals from Chochimbito too. A longtime educator and health board member, Ms. Huey. A great loss, tremendous loss, a huge voice in our community, but it doesn't get any easier. But ako kiheda sunod agi ado jota da hasias koda edo shitne joshin kodo dia dibiti bigit edika ado gitodin which by baby so this thank you council.
Yes, Honorable Nate Brown, for honoring the volunteers in your community at the Wellness Center, as well as the future doctors that you spoke of, as well as Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. And we really appreciate your service to the Navajo Nation and your communities out there. So, yes, Honorable T. Allen Begay, you're next, sir.
Chairman, Speaker,
Good morning. Ado ng tanong sinigi ko. Sa she your perspective chapters then she that is not to ado si no sinigi ad na behop kaya ka kas God Navajo reservation on so again hindi ni do this kodo ba ki hanan kas ado koko kon hin na da halkito and then hin da halkin gishi pa ni could end it could do 20 delegate and angonani in ishit opat so deals and double cut so deals and a corporate delegate chairman Nez could do or recognize the Shiki although that we do acknowledge of individual that had passed, we send our condolence to each and every one of the family members. So what excellent but what end the kodo di hanana zidiki August be then hachina khanachi dole at what end a lot of them are going to be staying home ko our teachers Kodoro, the Navajo Nation Council really needs to convene that it'll be, I believe it'll be much harder to teach a child at a distance in a way, but as a Navajo Nation Council, I've seen schools passing out these laptop computers. What worries me is that will they be effective in utilizing it at the area that they reside? Because a lot of our Navajo people are away from the main area of some of the infrastructure of telecommunication. Our teachers, our school administrators across the Navajo Nation will be dealing with another area rather than focusing on an in-class learning of our teaching our young kids. That's one of the forefront in dealing with this particular situation to the purpose of this next 2 days as council session. The teachers as a teacher myself, as a previous occupation, Rough Rock High School, before I became a delegate. I know what they go through, lesson plan, keeping in touch with all the school, the students, the parents, their grades, reviewing, planning, and so on. Huge on Shikit Adida. The teacher, school administrators, the principal, although I'm sure they'll be continue to provide service cooks and linigida, bus drivers, that huge the public school, the community school, security grant school, BIA school, because I have Miniform High School, Miniform Community School, Miniform Public School, Nalzini Community School, Cottonwood Day School, and then JT's Academy in Low Mountain. The serving several districts, Pinyon School District, Chile Unified School District, Granada Unified School District. All of these lies within my district as a representative for this community. So, Kodoshi recognized all of our teachers and school administrators across the Navajo Nation. And of course, obviously, our first responders, the police officers and all Kodoshi. So, I think Navajo Nation government will need to step up to make sure that our young kids down to the Head Start program, to grade school, junior high, high school, and then some of our students will be, if they're allowed on campus class, college Hachin fit OU, not that any cost on Lego, 2-year college, 4-year college. And I'm sure some will probably be in their last year of getting their bachelor's degree or their master's degree or doctorate degree and so on. We send our best wishes to them as well. We encourage them to come back onto the Navajo Nation to be in our position down the road. So, Chairman, our school teachers, I recognize the Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Sutsila, Honorable Kialam Begay, for that. And also appreciate the teachers, principals, school administrators, bus drivers, and everybody within the education department. So I really don't have anybody except we have reserved time from Honorable Halona. 2:21, sir.
I'll waive my time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Halona, for that. Honorable Charlene So, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds. Reserve time.
Yes, I will waive my time.
Thank you. We don't have anybody on the queue here. So what I'll do is I'd like to recognize our legislative staff. First of all, as committees, we have advisors, and our advisors are always there helping us. I say advisors for our committees. Thank you very much for doing such a superb job, as well as the recorders and all the LDAs out on the field with their boots on. Thank you for helping us and serving the great Navajo Nation. And also would like to recognize our finance staff at Speaker's office. We're always working on our paychecks and getting our paychecks on time and everything else. So thank you very much. Also, communications, Mr. Shorty, for sending out some of these press releases for us, and everybody else within the legislative branch. Thank you very much. And at this time, we don't have anybody in the queues. Anybody would like to recognize anybody, sir? Ma'am? None? Kushila. We'll move down on our agenda to review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Patero, would you read the agenda, sir? Staff? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Staff, could you read the agenda, please?
Yes, I was waiting. I was waiting.
I could barely
Mr.
hear
Speaker,
you.
Pro Tem?
Please turn up the volume, please.
I think that all
I keep getting muted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Proposed
Go
agenda
ahead.
of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Window Rock Navajo Nation, special session via teleconference, July 30 through 31, 2020. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports. 5, old business A, legislation 0144-20. 6, new business A, legislation 0163-20. 7, close the session, announcements adjournment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Patero, I'd like to have a motion and a second. Sanantai.
Second.
Motion.
Motion, Halona.
Honorable Pernell Halona, motion, second by
Charles
Second,
Newman.
Wanika.
Honorable Edison Wanika seconds the motion. Cement, aye. Do you have any questions? Amendments? No amendments? Staff, can you hear me?
Chairman Nez, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Shananda. Would it be proper to go to new business and then go back to old business? We could take care of new business right away because I know old business will take some time to deliberate and to, that'd be my motion for Amendment 1 to go to legislation 0163-20. And after we do 163-20, go into 0144-20. That's my motion, Shananda. Thank you.
Second that motion.
One moment, Shananda. What we can do is we can go. Could you all please mute your phones? We can suspend the floor rules. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Also, when we get to old business, we'll go and do new business first prior to old business. So we can suspend the floor rules at that time, sir. Would you like to withdraw your motion, sir? Mr. Smith?
With your guidance on that, I'll go ahead and withdraw and suspend the floor rules. Just let me know when I can suspend the floor rules on that, Shananda. Appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Eugene So? Consensus? Any other questions? Any other questions, comments? None? Okay. Let's vote on the agenda. Around the horn. Ms. Uvella? Ms. Uvella? Staff?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen votes green.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland does not vote. Honorable Pernell Colonna.
Delegate Colonna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Colonna votes green. Honorable Jeremy Henio. Honorable Jeremy Henio. Honorable Jeremy Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is out. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellow green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Going back up. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Oh, Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. Okay, there's a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries. We'll adopt the agenda as is. And thank you, Shananta. Number 4, reports. There's none. Old business. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you're welcome to make a motion to suspend the floor rules. It requires a 2/3 vote of 16 to go to new business.
Shananda, Pro Temp Speaker, Honorable Nez, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules regarding legislation 0163-20 to be heard before legislation 0144-20. Inanagi or 0144-20 will be debated on for a length of time, and we can get 0163-20 completed and then take care of 0144-20. That's my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Shananta.
Go ahead, Eugene.
Honorable Eugene So seconds the motion. Any questions? None. We'll go ahead and have a roll call vote. 2/3 vote of 16. Staff?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Connor Crotty.
Delegate Anthony votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Karate votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Doug Holland votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable,
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Nanda. The suspension of floor rules is approved with a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed. So we'll go directly to new business legislation 0163-20, Shananta. We'll have staff read the legislation, please.
Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, members of the Council, tracking number 0163-20, an action relating to an emergency approving meetings through telecommunications for chapter subcommittees, community land use planning committees, agency, regional, and district councils. Council is final authority. There are no limits. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem.
I'd like to have a motion on legislation 0163-20. Motion.
Eugene So.
Honorable So,
Second,
second by
Halona. Delegate Halona.
Honorable Halona, seconds the motion. And we'll have are there any questions? Comments?
Halona got a question?
Delegate Charles.
Okay. Let me go to Honorable Wilson Stewart, please. Honorable Stewart.
Tonight. Oh,
20 minutes.
that's not pro tem. Aro Kodogi, best man on the clinic. Aro legislative staff and the part justice staff. The legislation, the 153-20, a chapters, the subcommittee, a odd country, a sata leto let teleconference, the higit out with all best behana, put out a Latin dog let or less than Najagi, a lot less than ya, a put on also, Starodi Kodogi, a Department of Government Development, Dagi, AI don't Kodo resolution, AI don't the legislation, Bessel. Okay, I don't let on now, put out a chapter subcommittee to get a hundred Latin dog let or less than Najagi. Okay, put out a hospital let Paggy. Aro Mr. D that the east the EJ that the east Kodo that outlet that hit the stuff but not checking a consobe hospital Aro I do recognize that there are some recommendations veterans would not AI that amendment AI that he lala Dana Barbara ko Asian a certain email she that you lost or a amendment she that the names ko ako ko ta obe hospital leshna to be sa na the of consult.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Do we have Mr. Edward D. on the line or EJ as agents? Mr. D. EJ. First call. Second call. Mr. D. EJ. May you please put your phones on mute? Let me go back to the lineup here. Is Honorable Crotty, and then Honorable Halona, and then Honorable Charles Newton. So, Ms. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Nez. I appreciate the sponsor, Delegate Stewart, for this emergency legislation, and Chairman Henyo for your prayer. For all of our beautiful listeners on the Navajo Nation Council live stream, thank you for tuning in. And so my question to the legislation is, my concern will always be transparency and accountability. What I'm looking in terms of this resolution is as we turn and give authority for telecommunication, we're not building in any areas to provide or mandate, or how are we being accountable that the public is being notified of these meetings at the chapter and now at the subcommittee chapter level? What then can we do to build in where community members can access the agenda, the minutes, and the resolutions that are passed, especially when it comes to community development? I'm a delegate from Northern area, and we're having a lot of challenges right now with different types of agriculture production. And this, in my opinion, goes back to zoning and how we implement land use and what's land use development. Because the other challenge, Speaker or Pro Tem Speaker, and to the sponsor, is what's the role of community land use plans committees to identify the needs of the community, like where's the water infrastructure need, where's the need for solar or septic tanks or power line. And so I want to push and challenge that maybe we expect more from some of the subcommittees and the chapters so that they're telling their story for the community. So at any time, any delegate, and I'm speaking about myself, can go on these websites and understand what are their needs, what are projects that are currently being implemented, and then what are their challenges. And so I feel like this, I don't have any issues with allowing or authorizing these alternative communication. I believe it's necessary. I believe it helps prevent the spread and exposure. But now we have to talk about accountability. So what should we expect when these subcommittees come together? And I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Staff, Honorable Crotty has reserved time. Next on the queue is Honorable Pernell Falona. You have the floor, sir.
Pro Tem Speaker Ned. I had the question on, I was talking about I want to talk about the Veterans Administration, Veterans Organization. I see that there was an amendment sent out, but I don't remember us voting on that. And Tom Patero, when he introduced the legislation, said there were no amendments. So I wanted to get a clarification on that. And if we didn't have any amendments, I'd like to make an amendment to include the Chapter Veterans Organization, the HC Veterans Organizations, and the Navajo Nation Advisory Committee to this legislation also, so they can do their teleconference meetings. So I asked for direction on that to see if the amendment has been made. If not, I'd like to make that motion. Sir, reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Alona. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Stewart. Could you respond, sir?
Amber Crotty by Mandin Kitty. Need with the subcommittees at a local level. So at chapters then in the put out Kunzal show March that do stand at for the bago in the teleconference that was Arosa aya at the Asata Antle. Akunda aya
Speaker, before you speak, Honorable Senator, let me step back first.
Could you speak clearly? Who's this? Honorable Delegate?
Sorry, Chair. I pushed mute wrong.
Honorable Freeland, is that you?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Okay. Kwaya Samaya Benandin Kinagi Yam Benachigi Aya E Kudo Ani Adene Akunde Arende Naso Ban Fide Case Aya Dasa Update No Aya. This is the new norm, Dine. This is gonna be what's gonna be practiced from Bishan only Hanza Shinhola on his beta husband. Ako Eben Nachagoshi Aro Kodogi challenges and then you get a Asian chapters that get there are different challenges that they're facing. So either need out minutes that ehegi accountability that egi to the community members. Needs for community members represent a date. So as I think they ho con his a con de kaho aya to the best for hanabe as yade skill. So could our area community members but now we not he could out your that and so could our area yada get no it's now we now Arosa inada that no aya doshas baz and the last deep is for Hanagi to outradayos. Hashint out atradayos. Oko. Asian quagisi, I thought Edna and Tinana doles. Oko di Kodogi aya cup C, the Klinigi Aro subcommittees at Agi chapters. Dangi Asian, I thought big a hot dusty zone aya hunt the Yetahos are. Vinta will after less. Aros at chapters, I get so cut out a bit in any $10. Give Kodogi, the Hinny IT staff that you cut out non communication, so cut out a but in the $10 so how to use the Zoom, how to use the WebEx, how to use telecommunications, so cut out big hot the zone, but in the $10 so. Okay, I cut out a book deal after listing. Able natural dollars across my user or put out a bit has need the baby son lineage in Hanana State dollars. Arosana now so called veterans lineage so ye had digi so a kodo a ya sayanta nakis kanda that should his Asian lineage Charles so cut out ye had the veterans the sha a legislation like in Mr. Hino yet not this kid that D 163 Asian people so a auto a pedet it was no yet hard vehicle Asian but she could amendment lineage Dana Barbara lineage put out a and he email you like the amendment lineage put out a Asian people so a that's a local subcommittee veterans at Hague. Put out Asian, Bito, so let's say, so besh, Ecuador, so let's so. Arkansas be hostile, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Stewart. Also, Honorable Halona, I requested an amendment that day for the veterans to be included at the local chapters, the agencies as well, and Ms. Barbara had prepared that for us. Since I'm running the meeting here as pro tem speaker, you're more than welcome to make a motion to amend this legislation. Honorable Alona, I will go ahead and recognize your motion. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton seconds the motion. And that amendment has been sent to you all. So, Shananta, do you have any questions related to Amendment 1?
Yeah, I heard I'm trying to call, but my phone not able to get in.
I will go ahead and recognize Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, Honorable Nance, and also my colleagues, the 24th Councilman. As we speak to our government, we ought to know our government now. Our this called cease to beg, and let's prove this one right now. in Washington, at age in the hot age. Over the Jacardo cease to beg the sleeker. So they're gonna buy another kid or the sleeker. So let's take care of the business of our government.
Honorable Yellowhair. The cease debate after debate start as nata even in the Coron has a last sorty on that Bobby thought so amendment 1 gave a motion but there's now Honorable Halona Dobe Kitnets Honorable Newton accord debate after Bahajista, so I cannot recognize your motion to cease debate, Honorable Yellowhair. I'm
sorry, it's on this phone. Evening, I missed that one.
Okay, we're on Amendment 1.
Yeah. Okay,
we're on Amendment 1. So, Honorable Daniels.
Chairman Kelly.
Honorable Daniels. Going once. Going twice. Honorable Daniels. 3 times. We'll come back to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Kialam Begay. You have the
Chairman,
floor, sir.
Yes, Chairman, this is Delegate Allen. Don't mean to really dictate or direct our chapters how to run their local chapter meeting, but this is beneficial to the local chapter. The transparency. For those of us that have multiple chapters that we represent, how do we ask or request of the local chapter? Because RDC chairman, that RDC has their meeting on Wednesdays. So if you have 3 chapters posting or scheduling their meeting on Wednesday, and the expectation for me as a delegate, I'm assuming other delegates are being asked to participate. So you being the chair and the delegates, chairman, even if one committee member is not participating in the committee meeting by votes, if not by discussing issues, Diego nan akoko benna koko halet ao la kodo request the local chapters to consider our regular committee meetings, subcommittee meetings, and especially the special sessions like this or regular sessions. And
Honorable
always.
Honorable Begay.
Yes.
I hate to interrupt you. Are you going to make reference to the veterans teleconferencing? That's Amendment 1, sir.
It relates to the local meetings, including veterans as well.
Okay.
Because veterans, local chapter. When I say local meeting, meaning club meetings, grazing meetings, chapter planning meetings, veterans meetings, and so on. Because sometimes we're being told to be at so many places at one time, and especially with these notices, because we usually have requirements to have 48 hours notice with posted agenda to the public. A lot of times, some of these local meetings are called up limited with a lot of time with maybe no agendas, if not short timing. Like I said, I'm not trying to dictate how the chapters run their local meetings, but if we're asked to participate, they need to consider our regular committee meetings and so on. So amending party, the requirement, or that could be another amendment after the veterans inclusion. Nikki, Chairman, appreciate the time reserved. The rest of my time.
Thank you. Honorable Begay has reserved time. And with that, Honorable Begay, I believe that your amendment could be Amendment 2.
Okay, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. We don't have anybody. Well, we do have Honorable Daniels. Are you on the line, sir? Honorable Daniels? On the amendment. Honorable Daniels?
Yes, can you hear me? Pro Tem Speaker.
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I kind of got kicked off the line here. I'm in an area where there's a bad reception. Speaking to the amendment, Delegate Halona's amendment, for chapter officials, subcommittees down at the local level. Maybe maybe modify his amendment to include grazing officials, district grazing officials, Eastern Land Board, Farm Board, so that down at the local level. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, modification. Thank you. Reserve time.
Thank you, Daniels. What we can do is on this amendment for the veterans. Honorable Daniels, the district land board, the grazing officials, the farm board, honorable Kialan Begay, Hatzigi, Stokro, Ashi, a hill Soroyat, Eto Ajishnan, Ashbiga, Honorable Daniels.
Pro Tem Speaker. Yes, Abiga. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have anybody in the queue. Anybody who wish to comment or question on Amendment 1? None?
Question of privilege.
Honorable Charles Newton. Question of privilege. Go ahead, Honorable Charles Newton.
Speaker Pro Tem, thank you, Shana. I just have one question. Can we have we do have the amendment before us at this time that has been drafted already by OLC, I believe. We do have the amendment, Honorable Rickman, thank you for sending that. I guess my question is, with this is the one amendment that we're making at this time. So the amendment that should say Honorable Kialan Begay spoke about auto media triage. Herman Daniels also made mention of another amendment. So we are only voting on the amendment language that has been provided to us by OLC that provided us this information. Is that correct, Speaker?
Thank you,
Correct.
Honorable Charles Newton. You are correct. We're going to vote on Amendment 1, and thereafter there'll be Amendment 2, which will include the grazing officials, land board, and farm board, as well as the request by Honorable Kialan Begay. Honorable Charles Newton, do you have a follow-up to your question of privilege? Honorable Charles Newton. Okay. Recognize yourself, sir.
Delegate Henio?
Honorable Henio.
Delegate Henio. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now I can. Go ahead.
Okay, this is a question of privilege to Chief Legislative Council. Again, so the Delegate Daniels in Adis Cadet with the Great Officials Land Board. Question would be to Council, Legal Counsel, is that covered in 162-20 that we passed the other night, which references all governing bodies? It is like a catch-all. So that's my question to our Legislative Council, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Henio. Ms. Bobroff, could you respond, please? Ms. Bobroff, you're probably on mute. Anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Barbara.
Okay.
Would you respond?
Thank you very much. I am going to turn the questions to Mariana Khan, who worked on both of these legislations.
Ms. Khan?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, or there are a few questions that have been asked. I didn't know if you wanted me to start with the Ms. Charles Newton's questions about notice to the people about the agendas. Do you want me to answer that one now, or is there a specific one that you want me to speak to?
Ms. Khan? Yes, could you please answer the questions in that order? Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. And if I leave one out, please remind me of the question. The first one I caught was Ms. Charles Newton's question about getting the information to the people about the agendas and the call-in numbers. That information can be added to the approval section in this legislation. The Section 3 approval on page 4, that's where I would suggest putting that information. On page 4, add a new paragraph B and give the information such as posting of the agendas and call-in numbers for these meetings shall be posted on the chapter websites or alternative sites currently being used to inform the public of these meetings. That would be my suggestion as to address this concern about the public needing information of how to get the call-in numbers and what the agendas are. And then there was a second question about the veterans organizations at the chapter and agency level. At this point, I can find no place where there is a plan of operation for these veterans organizations. I did a very quick review, and if the delegates on the line know of the particular legislation that approved the agency veterans organizations plan of operation, bringing them within the Navajo Nation government, then I would appreciate that information. If the only veterans type of organization I know of in the code at present is the Veterans Advisory Council, which is under the executive branch. And unless that Veterans Agency Council has included the Veterans Agency organizations or chapter organizations, I see no place where the agency groupings, veterans groupings or chapter groupings are within the code for us to reference as requiring particular procedures for call-ins and quorums and such. That is my general concern about that particular amendment. Mr. Delegate is temporary speaker. If there was another question I could answer that I missed, please bring it to my attention, Mr. Nis.
Ms. Khan,
point of order.
Honorable Henio's question is also, is that covered previous legislation that we passed?
Oh, yes.
Legislation 0162-20. Could you respond, please?
Okay. In that particular legislation, that was an attempt to be all-encompassing. The language that was used was any organizations that were listed in the Sovereign Immunity Act, which is in Title I of the Navajo Nation Code. And there were also, to be specific, organizations that would come under that legislation. And I do not know if any amendments were made to bring in specific organizations at the time that that particular legislation was voted on. I'm sorry, I did not pull up the final amendments that were made, if any, to that legislation. If these organizations that we're talking about specifically now are not listed in the Sovereign Immunity Code, section 552, then, and were not added as an amendment to that legislation that was passed by the council, then they need to be specifically addressed. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Before we go any further, I'd like to go back and ask Mr. Manuel Rico to read the amendment in for the record, please. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the council, amendment number 1, page 1, line 15, add _ chapters and agency veterans organizations. 2, page 3, line 17, 24, and 29, after councils, insert chapters and agency veterans organizations. 3, page 4, line 5, after councils, insert chapters and agency veterans organizations. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Nanda.
Question of privilege.
Please.
This is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, question of privilege. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I raise a question of privilege. The question I have is, so the grazing officials, Eastern Land Board, Farm Board, so they're covered under legislation 162. What age? If so, for how long are they covered? Program Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Ms. Bobroff, to respond.
Sure. Point of order, respect.
Point of order, Honorable Eugene So. Go ahead, sir.
Amendment 1 is about this instance. That grades and others get setting the detail and so on. So we're debating on the Amendment 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. I did say that we're making reference to Amendment 1. There was some question of privilege to find out whether some of these are covered under legislation 0162-20. We have to go back and forth, and I appreciate your point of order, Honorable Eugene So. So, Ms. Bobroff, would you respond to Honorable Daniel's question?
Thank you, Chairman Ned. Ms. Khan is looking up some other things, but this is what under the Navajo Sovereign Immunity Act, which is what is covered in 0162-20. So the Sovereign Immunity Act, I'm just going to read you the list. It'll be easier. The Navajo Nation Council, the President, the Vice President, delegates to the Navajo Nation Council, certified chapters of the Navajo Nation, grazing committees of the Navajo Nation, land boards of the Navajo Nation, executive branch of the Navajo Nation, judicial branch of the Navajo Nation, commissions of the Navajo Nation government, committees of the Navajo Nation Council, legislative branch of the Navajo Nation government, enterprises of the Navajo Nation, Navajo Community College, I guess that's Navajo Technical University now, Kayenta Township and Kayenta Township Commission, Navajo Housing Authority, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Tribal Gaming Enterprises. So, as far as the question about the grazing committees and the land boards, they are covered by 0162. Hopefully that answers the speaker, the question, Chair. Let me ask Ms. Khan if she has anything she'd like to add.
Thank you. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, the legislation that was passed by the Navajo Nation Council 0162-20 provided the length of time for that particular approval for meetings by telecommunication methods. And that language states, let me see where that language is. So I thought I had it right here. Just a second. Yeah. Let's see. I can't find the language. Yeah, it does not have any limiting language. Oh yes, here it is. Until the COVID-19 declaration of emergency is lifted, or until the Navajo Nation Council determines otherwise. That is the length of time that these telecommunications meetings may continue. Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, as well as Ms. Barbara, for making that clarification that grazing land board is included in legislation 0162-20. Therefore, I understand that is not necessary to amend this legislation to be added. So we're still on Amendment 1, Shanantai. So, Ketida. None?
Welcome, Speaker. This is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead, sir.
Pro Tem Speaker, I got my answer, so I don't need to do an amendment or modification. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Hello, Honorable Henyo, was your question answered, sir?
Oh, you go ahead. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, and I don't see anybody on the queue for Amendment 1, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Ms. Yavella? Mr. Rico, could you do the final reading to the amendment, sir?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the council, amendment number 1, page 1, line 15, add _ chapters and agency veterans organizations and _ 2, page 3, line 17, 24, and 29, after councils, insert _ chapters and agency veterans organizations and _ 3, page 4, line 5, after councils, insert _ chapters and agency veterans organizations and _ 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Staff, could you provide the roll call vote for Amendment 1? Thank you.
Honorable Almer Begay.
Vote green.
Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green for the veterans.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaus-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaus-Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Knaus-Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaus-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green for our chapters and our veterans. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes
Honorable
green.
Pernell Halona.
Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
India votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green by text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Ethan Yazzie is excused. Going back up. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. by text votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Javella. Amendment 1 passes with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Shananta, for our veterans here. We'll go back to the main motion. Shananta / Naidovskit. Honorable T.L. Begay, you had considered an amendment. Would you like to make that motion?
Chairman, this is Delegate Kealan.
Go ahead, Honorable Begay.
Well, I like I said, I believe the Title 26 already outlines the meeting notification that the local chapter needs to abide by. I don't understand why, even during a meeting, if we ask for an agenda, it's not being posted or being provided. I mean, it that way, that way, sometimes delegates can be prepared to really make those decisions in dealing and working on behalf of the community at the local level. But maybe Ms. Khan or the Legislative Council could reiterate, or if Ms. Yellowman, Division of Community Development, could have something, maybe a notification sent to the chapters to say that these are required in conducting meetings. Notification, 24-hour notice or 48-hour notice posted, agendas posted, and by this time, I believe that chapters should be able to have created some type of call-in numbers, so maybe local chapters, community members can participate in some of these meetings. So, I'm sure right now it just sounds or seems like the chapter is just closed and chapter meeting is being conducted with not much of a participation by our community members. So, Mr. Chair, maybe let me see if there needs to be a response by Legislative Council. If not, the amendment would be to notification of posting agenda and the meeting scheduled date 48 hours before a planning meeting and a chapter meeting, and any other meeting that are being proposed locally at each of the chapter, maybe excluding the certified chapter. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Kealan Begay. Legislative Council, Ms. Barbara, could you respond?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Ms. Khan is going to respond to that question. Thank you.
Ms. Khan? Ms. Khan?
Here I am, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. Title 26, Section 1002B states the notice that is required for the chapter meeting. For meeting notice, the chapter official shall post all chapter meeting agendas within the chapter boundaries at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. That is currently in the code and would appear to inform the public. However, there might be to reach more of the public who may not be out traveling as much during the COVID pandemic. The delegates might wish to require additional notice for these teleconference meetings, such as posting on the chapter websites. But there is, as Delegate Begay has noted, there's already a notice requirement within Title 26, which is what I just read to you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that interpretation of Title 26 under Section 1002B. There are no new players, so we will go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Halona at 4 minutes and 5 seconds, sir.
Chairman Keelan,
Honorable Halona.
I waive my time. Ms. Halona, I waive my time.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Keelan Begay, did you have a follow-up question?
So it's not Chairman. So it's not necessary to put this on the current legislation, but it's already it is already in Title 26. So how do we again encourage our chapters that these policies have to be abided by, rather than, like, for me right now, I have to call chapters and say, okay, when's your chapter meeting? When's the planning meeting? So, of course, sometimes we get smart remarks to say that, well, this time, but so if that comment is being given to me as a delegate, I mean, how do I address that in representing the people at the 5 chapters? Additional Chairman, we notify the people, the community, the Navajo Nation, of when we're conducting our meeting and how we post our meeting. So maybe the Division of Community Development and the agency ASC offices should request and require all chapters to post these meetings on posts somehow to say that this is the time and date of our meeting. So so I'm sure I'll be getting some response back to some of my chapters, but it's just a matter for me to say that, okay, do I choose to participate in the Resource Development Committee meeting, or 2 of the 3 chapters, or 1 of the 3 chapters that say that we're having a chapter meeting or planning meeting at 10 o'clock, right at the same time as RDC meeting, or NABI meeting, or special session, or anything. So it asked the solution, because I know that some chapters are probably abiding by these procedures.
I was just getting ready to call that Robert back.
So it is
for the donation of food. So he's out and about with his family, and they're
excuse me, please put your phones on mute. I could hear you. Ashmara, the phone's muted us, Honorable Begay.
Chairman, Chairman, I think again maybe making an amendment to say the reference requirement should continue to be abided by through the particular teleconference that's being allowed for local chapters. Maybe, like I said, as long as we know that the public is being informed that there is a local chapter meeting, a planning meeting, or any other meeting is taking place, with a notice that the 48 hours has been posted, and there's certain procedures of call-in numbers what have been set up for our community members to participate. Yes, physically, yes, they can. Only 5 is required, but
Point of order, Speaker Pro Tem. Chairman Nez, point of order.
The order, who's this? Please identify yourself.
This is Henio.
Okay. Honorable Henio, what is your point of order, sir?
I did not hear any reference to reserve time or time allotted. I think he's gone on like 15 minutes so far. We could just respect the time. Speaker Pro Tem. I did have some point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Henio, for that. I believe that based on what I received as far as text message, Honorable Keelan Begay did run out of time, and I do remember that him asking for an amendment, and I would like to have Honorable Keelan, if you would, email Legislative Council with your amendment. Is that a motion that you? You already did? Okay, so you made your motion for Amendment 2, correct?
Chairman, again, my apology to the council. Like I said, if I can just stop here and maybe someone can allocate the time to me. Chair, thank you.
Honorable Begay, the last that I remember you had spoken of making an amendment, and I would like to recognize your motion to make Amendment 2 that you had just sent out in the email to Legislative Council as well as our colleagues. So you did make that motion, correct? Honorable Begay?
Chairman, as Pro Tem Speaker, I did make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay makes a motion to make an amendment, and the amendments were sent to all our delegates. Is there a second?
Second by Henio.
Delegate Crotty will second.
I heard Honorable Henio first before Honorable Crotty. So the national amendment, and I'll ask Mr. Manuel Rico to read the amendment, sir.
Speaker Pro Tem, members of the council, I have not received an amendment. The email that is being referenced is just a reference to speaker, and it says local chapter meeting notification to public, all local meetings, unless just a reminder of Title 26 policy. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Pro Tem, this is Dana. Ms. Khan is working on the amendment and will send it out momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that. We'll just, how long would it take, Ms. Barbara?
I suspect that it will be out within 5 minutes at most.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbara. 5 minutes, we'll wait on this amendment to be sent to us, since we do have a motion by Honorable Begay and second by Honorable Jamie Henio. Amendment. We really can't comment or question this amendment because we don't have any documents before us just yet. So let's just wait for 5 minutes, unless if you want to take a 10-minute recess while you go get some lunch.
Motion 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll just go ahead and recess. It is currently 12:35, and we'll come back at 12:45 p.m. So we'll go ahead and recess for 10 minutes while the amendments are being drafted. Thank you. And make sure you, if you want to stay on, I guess you could, or if you want to log off, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. I know, like, we don't even oh, hey, how are you doing? I didn't even, oh, it's going now.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Nanda, honorable members of the 24th Council, it is 12:45. We'll end our recess now. Staff, can you hear me?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Sananta. Let us have a roll call vote.
Hold on. Pro Tem,
Okay.
this is Speaker Damon. Can you, there's, here in the Window Rock, they are needing another minute or so. So can you hold off for another 2 minutes, Pro Tem Speaker?
Yes, sir. Honorable Speaker Damon, would you like to have the gavel back?
No, you're doing good. You can take over for I can come back at the next after this legislation.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
They're just needing a couple more minutes to get this going here.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we have the amendment ready.
Thank you for that. Sunanda, let us have a roll call and resume our meeting. Ms. Uvella, roll call. Ms. Uvella, roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kanaspot Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanaspot Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I'm here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland here. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Canal Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nance.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nance is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
I see you can so. Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhead is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. That Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem. There are 17 members present. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that roll call. Mr. Manuel Rico, could you read the amendment 2 in for the record, please, sir?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, members of the council, amendment number 2, page 4, line 6, add new paragraph B as follows. B, the Navajo Nation Council hereby acknowledges that the chapters are to abide by the 48-hour meeting notice pursuant to 26 NNC section 1002B. The chapters are to make every effort to notify their community members of the telephonic or video conferencing call-in numbers to allow chapter membership to call in to the chapter meetings. Such notice may be posted on the chapter website and or in other locations. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. We have one individual on the queue, Honorable Charles Newton. Honorable Charles Newton. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. None. Anybody else want to
Chairman.
comment or question? Honorable Begay, 5 minutes.
Regarding the Amendment 2, right, Chair?
Yes, sir. Amendment 2. Honorable Kealan Begay. Go ahead, sir.
Again, this is just simply Santana Finnegy is already Title 26 vote. Again, through this legislation, it is given the okay to our local chapters and local organizations to conduct their business. I don't have a problem with that, and I'm supporting that. My only request is that how can we also have our local government and all the organizations to notify the public as well the policy that's already in place, saying that there's got to be 48 hours notice and an agenda be posted. And it is difficult to some chapters with having no websites or internet services and so on. It's a challenging, Chief. But at least how can the Division of Community Development, I believe that's where they come in, and the ASC comes in helping the chapters to list and notify chapters of these policies. So this is just a reminder to the chapters that there's a policy that has to be in place to be abided by. Just like us, we've got to give 48 hours notice to the public to conduct meetings, and then we've got to have the agenda posted in order to conduct meetings. I mean, that's as simple as I'm saying. Simply, I can put on this particular amendment, and which also not saying this to the certified chapters. The Title 26 again, and then non-certified chapters and certified chapters have different policy as well. So again, I'm not trying to dictate or for the council to dictate the local chapter how to run their businesses or their local chapter meetings. But all I'm saying is that on behalf of our community, the people, the public that we represent, And I believe that the chapters are sufficient enough now to establish call-in numbers the way we utilize. I mean, I mean, sometimes we are the messenger. And then you turn around and say to the chapter officials, then we were the messenger between the public and the chapter officials. Maybe I mean, I'm not trying to put the chapters in a bad situation. I'm not saying that. I'm simply just saying that there's got to be a 48 hours notice with an agenda to the public, period. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. You're not going to reserve your time?
No.
Thank you. Honorable Henio? Did I hear? Honorable Henio? Did I hear your name? No? Akushila? There's nobody else? There's nobody else in the queue here?
Hello?
Yes, okay. Honorable Henio? Honorable Henio, there's a lot of static on your phone, sir. If you would, climb up on the hogan. Honorable Henio?
He has no name.
There's nobody on the queue.
Chairman, this is Otto So.
Delegate Crotty requested to speak. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Joseph. You have
Purnell,
Halona, Amber Crotty, and Otto So.
One moment, sir. The lineup is Honorable Halona, Honorable Crotty, and Otto So. So go ahead, Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I was reading through the deal, the legislation, and I found what I was wanting to ask, that this will be in effect until the emergency declaration is lifted, or unless the council determines otherwise. The other thing that I wanted to note was that maybe, DCD department oversees the chapters. I don't know that they need to be included in this or not, but as their oversight of the chapters, I think they might need to be included. I'm not sure. I just wanted to put that out there to let everybody know that that's how the structure is set up right now. And the chapters are also complaining a little bit about they never hear anything from that office, so they don't get the information correct. But anyway, so that's just a couple of things I wanted to point out, and I waive my time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, Delegate Kealan Begay, for the amendment. I appreciate the amendment, and I also want to raise that in Title 26, the Local Governance Act, in Section 1001, so it's B1N, it does state that the chapter president will work closely with council members, chapter elected officials, committees, and other concerned groups or agencies. I think that's important, as this is an election year, that chapter presidents do continue to work with council delegates, as we have to tighten up the communication. And I would have asked Legislative Council if that needs to be added into B, or if the amending, the motion would want to amend this. include that language. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Let me go to Ms. Barbara. Dana? Ms. Khan?
Defer to Ms. Khan to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
This is Ms. Khan, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. I have Title 26 open to Section 1001, and I was looking. I didn't catch the particular section that Delegate Crotty was referring to in Section 101. I assume that's B, but I do not know where specifically she was referring to, so that I may look at that language. Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. The question was in reference to Title 26, Section 1001, B, 1M, in reference to the chapter president's duties and responsibilities to work closely with the council members. Ms. Khan?
Yes, I'm looking at that section right now. Work closely with council members, chapter elected officials, communities, committees, and other concerned groups or agencies. That particular language is already in the code and is the responsibility of the chapter officials. If Ms. Crotty would like to further acknowledge it in this resolution, that language can be put in there, but it again is already in the responsibilities listed in Title 26, responsibilities of chapter officials. If Ms. Crotty would like to add that language, then it could be added, but it is already a responsibility of the chapter officials. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Honorable Crotty, Title 26 does already have it written as it is under the responsibilities of chapter officials that they will work closely with council members. Are you good with that, or would you like to make an amendment to this amendment here? Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker and my colleagues. I think just raising that provision of our law will be sufficient. As delegates, we can use that provision to strengthen our communication with chapter officials, and I could ask Delegate Key Allen as a motioning if he wants to include that, or we're fine just raising it and making sure that we're all aware of what the law states. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you. Honorable Crotty, do you reserve your time?
I waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Aroso.
Yeah, actually, it's
Oh.
Okay. I guess this amendment really gets me to think. Is there any well, this amendment is coming forth for a reason. And it sounds like, to me, is that the chapters are having meetings without informing the public. And I guess if we could get, I guess, documentation relating to this, that would be very, very informational on making for this amendment, because to me, I'm thinking that the amending party is saying that somewhere in the Navajo Nation, some chapter is having meetings without informing the public. So I guess information, data, how many chapters out there are in that scenario, and I guess to get us that information, because if there's laws that actually are in place and such as in Title 26, and even with our own laws, within Title 2, for council, we have to 24-hour notice for a meeting. So to me, if a chapter is doing that, can just a letter reminding them that this is statutorily written in the law that you have to do this, instead of placing an amendment. That way, this could be done internally, and you could just have maybe Attorney General issue a letter out to a reminder letter to the chapters out there, because for my chapter, everybody knows that the first Sundays of the month is Tuba City chapter meeting. Unless if it's different, if they move it up or anything like that, it's usually put on their chapter website and their their Facebook account. So I want to, and then the other thing is what chapters are doing this? If we could make a listing, because if it's not going on, why are we making this amendment? This is my thought. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. You do have reserved time. Let me go down to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Okay, let me go to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
In regards to the amendment language, for putting that information in there, and to be clear, I will state on the record that Shiprock chapter has tried to have meetings that were not announced to the public. And the last email that went out, I was not included in that email. The chapter president. So
Honorable Newton.
Yes.
You had just broken up their state.
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I do apologize. So I was saying that in regards to whether there has been proper notice being given to the public, I can go on the record and state that Shiprock chapter has tried, I believe it's 2 or 3 times, to have a meeting without giving the 48-hour notice. And I have had to call them on that. And the chapter meetings were not called by the chapter president. The chapter president thankfully informed me of the situation, but I have not been included in any of those emails that have been going back and forth. So in some respect, I was really hoping that Honorable Crotty was going to include the language regarding the communication with council delegates. And again, I will state on the record that that is not the case here in Shiprock chapter. It is very unfortunate that this has to be included, but I think that the language is important in this legislation, that it be included in this legislation. I have tried to work with DCD. Unfortunately, they are not communicating. And on the record, I am considering dropping legislation for a no confidence in Pearl Yellowman. And so I'm researching that right now. I believe that she is offering any assistance at this time. And I think that there are some chapters that are choosing to work this way. And in my opinion, I think that it needs to be clearly stated. The other thing that I also wonder with the amendment, and I wasn't sure if I could bring it up at this point or bring it back up with the main amendment, is when we're talking about allowing them to meet through via teleconference, are they allowed to be paid their stipend? That's the thing I think we also have to clarify in the legislation, is whether they would be paid their stipend as a regular meeting. Because right now I'm getting text messages from various people saying that they were informed that they don't get paid their stipend when they meet. And so if we could clarify that in the legislation as well, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Charles Newton has reserved time. Thank you, Honorable Charles Newton. Let me refer your question to, do we have Department of Justice on the line? Perhaps Roderick Begay? Ms. Barbara, perhaps you may answer this question.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I once again am going to defer this question to Ms. Khan.
Ms. Khan?
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, I am currently looking at the language of the previous resolution that has been passed by the Navajo Nation Council with regard to chapters holding teleconference meetings. I'm looking for language that specifically refers to being paid a stipend for attending those meetings. I do believe there is language already covering that situation. I am trying to locate it right now, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, if I'd be allowed 1 or 2 minutes here to find it.
Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay. Are you on the line, sir? Honorable Elmer Begay? Okay, let me go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
Oh, yeah, additional 24 councilman. With this legislation, with this add-on concerning about the chapter president or maybe chapter officials, it's important to add on to this amendment. Yeah, I need chapter president. Hold on, 48 hours to notify chapter meeting. Dora 88 only the confirmation short. Some experience I have already. So she I got in the class with that even the DP thought so. So today is or the karate. I'll be it was Nick. So I thought it has only be on the. This is like a reminder in there, so they can read the specific with this law that's already in place and under Title 26, 101B. So is I reserve my time, or I'll support it. Let's vote on this one right here, Shanta. Because it's open now to the amendment, not out of the deal. So that is something in Italia or kitchen at on. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair, for that. Let me go to Honorable Daniel Shaw. Honorable Daniel Shaw.
Yeah, no, Speaker Pro Tem, Ricky Nez, Ado Shanantai. Good afternoon. 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Kwagi. The amendment by Yat Higi. I guess the main thing, let's put it on record. The council had afforded the chapters to meet by teleconference. It was vetoed. We overrode the veto. Then we extended the time that they could meet by teleconference. ado I sto sato di hajo dole so need nesa I see on the kachopa things no chapter house at the days I sto shije kai sotole agenda chapter house the danzo konde do hajo be shan all zinigi ben na o ka ko kwagi dische amendment I like it is naigi satoshi fiat ado sto kwagi smai hati khajo khatna znil large yada nanta hagi sto khajo pefas an isnal mistole nini gi sto khajo bi ani I thought his ani bi das sonde chahoshin to khajo kahwe ikeda hosnida kun de kwagi di kwagi bayat higi kato to show kwagi la kato zo adel idole she does the nonsense partners lot and zenigi ko kwagi so wait out they are instead and zo to le higi kwagi sa be has higi what idole nant I auto asto for bringing this issue auto the C to veterans patahil gising to ya hitams and dole to joshin adjecting dole hota sato behasi dole auto it's just a statement to support the amendment and to just clarify some of the items that the council has progressed on. Ado without tatojo emails and all this. Could you additionally I see all this and I'm in support of the amendment. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Hakushin Shana, Honorable. So let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, tonight, while we were discussing these amendments, EJ joined us. So I think he's still on the line. EJ, are you back online with us too?
Hello, can you hear me? This is EJ.
Honorable, yes, Mr. EJ, go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair and members of the Navajo Nation Council. My name is EJ John. I'm a policy analyst with the Office of Navajo Government Development. And a lot of the justification for authorizing chapter CUPCs, committees, district agencies, and the agency as a whole to meet kind of already came out in the discussion so far on this legislation. But the commission had received some input that at the time when the commission made this recommendation back in the first part of June, chapters were talking about preparing for the CARES Act funding because a lot of the talk at that time was to give some of this money to the chapters. And so chapters had projects that they wanted to fund, they wanted to pursue, and a lot of chapters rely on some of their subcommittees, like the CUPC committee, to help them with carrying out those projects. And so that was the commission's main concern with making this recommendation. So that's why this legislation came to be. These subcommittees are a vital part of local governance for certified and non-certified chapters alike. And there was also, our office had also received a supporting resolution from a chapter and Eastern Agency, from Chetoka chapter and Eastern Agency, that we forwarded to OLS on Friday, July 24th. So I know that this is an emergency legislation and not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily go through the regular comment period, but that is one supporting resolution that our office received for this legislation. So that was our main reasoning, and that was kind of then that was why the commission made its recommendation for this policy recommendation. So with that, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Kuro, the Hananji, Shanand, the amendment, the Kuro, Shitala, Honorable Kialam Begay, Netato Huila, Aro, Honorable Henio, Koroya Hatsi, Akor, I Daniel Kagoya, Reshbahas, Anne, Liniki, Koron Hispahos and got chapters, Dan Nelgi, Asanda Shehiki, Destino Achepi, Adma Jekel, Kitko. Nare be Ehosango meeting notice Title 26 Bekagi Bek Ecuador Aro chapter Jike Azak Katide the Nepetish chance of Sandole Tihut Lehiki Beshbahena be in the Tatin Nal Kid video conference Aro Venti Hanet and Leniki to Abahasina or Letit Nanda I Bichanti Hut Lehiki Beshbahos and Aro website the Dida. Based chin sick case between Nenegata, a conada vitash to go either than later Hugo the Master go. Hot up a cargo 80 amendment Eki Eliashan and I must then go over the next question at our list. We shall shake at Honorable Elmer Begay, which I wish later list. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Shaz, Shana, this is Begay. Although on the although amendment Yagi is a Sagi Yaiko Bahadishni Yai took up today. We're in a pandemic. I don't think chapters, some of them are barely getting back on to open their chapters after they got organized themselves. At the beginning, then nobody knew absolutely that everybody don't know the social distance, and then also the quorum in that then how to prepare. It was nobody really knew. I think that we learned it and we're exercising it. So how to do the safe distance and also wearing masks. Right now, we don't know how at the beginning they know that these rules were made. Some of these the regulations that we see that we use today are mostly for the normal operation. These were made like this. But as emergency, I see in the hot quite big. I think we need to consider that. I think we need to look at all these rules. So I was listening to Mr. E.J. John. They've been working with the government development. I think they need to look into this. Where how can they chapter operate? Can we have to wait for the 25 quorum? Or I don't know or just by phone call. You know that indeed I think we need to look at some of these other maybe I would say that the government development should look into this where there should be already a plan to use it whenever emergency arises. We can go into that mode of emergency. We can start using those kind of plans. Oh yeah, so it also just the restrictions on second. Edward D. has I think maybe look into that.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Your statement is well noted.
Kroshin, Nashin T case the late Kro, Kareha, Kro, Adole, Honorable Vince James, Kro, Banatota. Honorable James, you have the floor.
Yes, none of them pro temp. I don't set in so don't not just turning but Kana Nalaba Yel Kieko. Sisters Nido for the record. Ya the Bahtis, the Kindle Cheese, the Gantia, the Tokoye, the Tok. Ajitana, Nalesla, but had the Shahi, he killed the chicken out of Conflict Steamboat in Jeddah. Sisters Nido, a base master, and Chinan, any given in that, Sisters Nido, Aja Hota, Hugo Halapis, Ya Nash Lenigi, it is Oko, Sisters Nido, I just put over Hadis, aka Jono Bisnash, Shitty Hatnas, the list. But had the Shahiki, Sisters Nido, a Ishas Uncle. Oko, that Arnie Jalingo, Art Hodan, Ardan, Hala, but that the Nilji, Adola. The large Kodo need what you call larger brigade, not frost hitch a quota ye lan echo. Eat our a Chana's Nelibus, unequal heart as Edo less. Not she, Sad in the Niki Nor, the car ninja. DOJ has undone. The DOJ has undone a quota in his Ida. It ain't no car, she do Yobana, or Kitador little. Basement underneath Leniki cook. Ado put out partners, Leniki Bisnakish. Ado Aden that Nashiki put out Bisnakish. In general, Kevin on Nest, the daughter of a car. Toto Trusty hit Ego. On that brown also. Jonon Haila, Roger Piquet. Or eight, our sisters data for those partners, Nella Ando. They get the hotel or kiss the cheek and out of cornfield being bought in Jericho. A corporate in on this, the need is there. Of course, this is a what baby Jahanas, shed Laho has, they don't shed Laho, and not be those they say, I don't know. In addition, a what in had Lenigi, not stay neatly or partners, and had other. What end Asa at the Yahanat list. So, quite give it Eastern and not I are not honey, the Kohashit, Ashinat, Ani, Kohana, the Lindley. The other such a general a hella and did the stop and the wheat arco. Upon these are legal but all the cotton are not it at that.
Yes, there's asparagus and that last one on the top.
Honorable James, could you pause one moment? Solan Ado Heshi Koro the teleconference again, you can base behind that meet that le Ashmore. Thank you. Honorable James, go ahead, sir.
Protect honorable man, a sister thing to a big dashness. Had egg by or Hagugo or science or the needs them go sergeant, adult ego by a Nicodo by a Okopodina Tosin Lenin Hijeda Liagi, Hajoy Nostra. DOJ has Ando Roger Bigay, Jay Lag, Inostra. Akot A on Juno, the Baka Okoko had Egita up what the need less and not on it, Lenny Halago, you need how. Open Laho, but he saw that Adole by Yield Kilako, Halabigast. We want things in writing, they know that it behind this level. Kodo what in his Adole. Base Master Anderson at Arnold cannot the tornado, Church Heart, so is not like it. What out is not Lenigi, Beha, State Police, the Cat showing additional protect honorable going back on mute.
Thank you. Honorable James, do you reserve your time?
Reserve my time, Cat.
Thank you. Nanta, Pro. Honorable James Yahachigi on Nina Koro, Title 26 Bakagi.
So, but now Nishnenegi Donald Sauce Wargay in Hichi Ahaki. Kuroshanek at Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. But it thought Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Chairman Nance. Yeah, Nakawi Sash. Well, I see Papa here is Lanko. I don't know. I get it. Nash Kenny kind of names Uncle. So here, I don't know. Nation on Senegi 24th Council. Out in the Legislative Council. Out of the should say amendment Benin Yahaki by Yates Kito great and has to even Nashe. Hot Agi to E and Nashaba needs the need by Yates Kit. I don't know Nazay 110 chapters to Equator Banate Kodo that in niche ad at the grassroots level, the local leadership even though it's already written into the Title 26 in the with this amendment is Ecuador. So throughout Navajo Nation chapters, those are hot. Is that free and so much congregation or I think New Mexico in July the Sentida. I don't know the race as here what had the car RDC was as Lago in my area in the great the other day I was at the chapter house Ojeto chapter. There's a phone line. I don't know the great website. So I see at these the chapters. Other questions I have agenda is still what they call for example Tantanalia. They don't have a chapters. The chapter so that she and has equal. So with my area, we don't have a chapter house. I see it on the trailer over there. It has staff in Leniki, I don't know I have to a barn hello. Nagata. I still Nagata now. So Nagata, I see them. I see Nagata technology. I see better as we Neniki hotel. But Nagate it's on odd, not on. I don't know Nagate Flappy Kin. I don't know told that out ego Ayego, which end has the got echo. So I that's all echo. It is what about a seat or let go. Nagay and yacht and Nagata Nagay could pick up a khaki. This is a pandemic. Has she let's go adult teach. So it is a car job in Senegal change adult teach go. Yat nane kato lesego. I don't know Sunday play and you know nane play to let it shit on hard cargo. So it is a car job in Senegal. I don't need for the for these so we could on a I see at this COVID-19. I see the hinge and Hanako. So I see adults the whole Yat on adult go. So it is over this. You could on a so yes, we was I don't know I'm sure that our constituents and what echo. Hey, but not a see that no, how the kid so it here to emergency meeting in the but the other 338 centimeters chapter meeting but the now we have a better house than a call. I was better house than a call, but other areas in Rodas echo though. So I said not a better house than a call. I don't know the men then again I can eat here so with this pandemic, so you could on a gate up. I don't let them better hat any day at the car in Holland. I don't let could on a day like mass that APPEs. I don't know, either the Marines and Argentine and maybe not only any but cheap it is at the grassroots level. So kind of quite to have engaged on the radar. So not that it is not it Baba Deco. So I don't know. Any also the Hassid or like Kododa Protein Chair Kododo. Don't ask what you hospital. It is that's my point, Kodo. Thank you. Reserve time.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I don't think you have reserve time, sir, but I'll have staff check into it. Honorable Crotty earlier had stated that she would like to grow an eagle, strengthen the communication. Honorable Kialan Begay with your motion to this amendment 2. Honorable Kialan Begay.
Chairman, I believe, again, anything that the overall intent of notifying the community, the public, with 48 hours with a posted agenda. That's the ultimate purpose of this particular amendment. So I don't have a problem with that, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Bobroff, could you work on that modification? Thank you. Ms. Bobroff?
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, this is Mariana Khan. I am sending it to the amendments email, and also to Manuel Rico and to yourself and Ms. Bob, Ms. Crotty, and Mr. Kialan Begay. That particular language, you should be receiving it momentarily. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. We'll go back to reserve time. First on the list will be Honorable Otto So with 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Honorable So.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem. Otto and the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Yes, the issue of informing the public and things related to the matter of meetings is very, very important. But what I'm saying is we already have things that are in the law that are in place to cover this area. And like I indicated, if a chapter or somebody is not doing this, a simple letter reminding them that this is what the law says. You're making this you're putting this into the legislation, and it may contradict what's already in law. And referring to these meetings in 24-hour period, 24-hour notice, I think there's already law that's in place that the amendment should state that the particular sections that they should adhere to. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable So, for that. Ms. Khan, if you would add that to the modification as well. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, I am on the line. Yes, my understanding of what Mr. Kialan Begay said is that it sounds like he would be voting against the amendment, as opposed, and in the amendment is the language that I understand Ms. Crotty would like. If I have a misunderstanding, then I need some clarification on that, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thanks, Ms. Khan. Let me just go back to Honorable Crotty to reiterate your modification.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Nez. I'm reading the amendment, and I believe that this is correct, and it's just acknowledging existing laws. And I appreciate the last sentence on just as a reminder. And I believe during this time, we just need to remind each other of laws. Thank you. And if I could go, I'm sorry, if I could go back to legislative services, if they could read it into the record.
Thank you. Mr. Manuel Rico, could you read that into the record, sir?
Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, members of the council, the amendment shall now read B. The Navajo Nation Council hereby acknowledges that the chapters are to abide by the 48-hour meeting notice pursuant to 26 NNC section 1002B. The chapters are to make every effort to notify the community members of telephonic or video conferencing call-in numbers to allow chapter membership to call in to the chapter meetings. Such notice may be posted on the chapter website and or in other locations. The Navajo Nation Council hereby further acknowledges that the chapters are to abide by 26 NNC section 1001B1M, which require chapter officials to work closely with council members, chapter elected officials, committees, and other concerned groups or agencies. The chapter officials therefore are reminded of the 26 NNC section 1001B1M requirements. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Honorable Kealan Begay, are you good with that?
Pro Tem Chair, I don't have a problem with that. It's okay.
Thank you. Honorable Henyo, are you good with it?
I'm good with that.
Thank you. Let me go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Charles Newton with us here at 1 minute, 55 seconds. Honorable Newton.
Reserve my time.
Reserve time, thank you. Honorable Yellowhair, you have 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Honorable Yellowhair. On once. On twice. 3 times. Honorable Daniel So, 1 minute, 55 seconds, sir.
I reserve my time.
Okay. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 4 seconds on the amendment. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 4 seconds, sir. On
This
one,
is
delegate.
Pro Tem, I have a technical problem here. I can't hear anything. I'm back on the line now.
Okay, thank you.
I got kicked off the line.
Okay. Honorable Daniel So, you have 1 minute and 55 seconds, sir. Reserve time.
Consider mine like that to Pro Tem Shana. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, just 1 moment, sir. Honorable Daniel
Thank
So, you have 1 minute, 55 seconds. Reserve time. Would you like to use your time? Honorable So?
I reserve my time.
Okay,
I reserve
thank you.
my time. Yes, I got kicked off twice in a row. But I'm back on.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Vince James, you have 1 minute, 4 seconds, sir.
Now let Honorable Pro Temp Mr. Ned in regards to the chapters. So with that, I just want to say that I work closely with my 5 chapters, Kitlachick, and Otto, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito. And if majority of my colleagues are not in the same scenario, then we can move this legislation. But I just want to make it for the record that I do work closely and real good with my 5 chapters that I represent. Thank you, and I yield my time. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable James. With reserved time, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Oh, yeah, Shana Protest Speaker, yeah, I don't the 24 councilman. I think she's got a should be key to crowd. This is the reminder that on Nishiba on it be but this is some of the officials, they don't know about these type of the law that was already exist. There's on it I hello dito be because we have some problems with the COVID-19 pandemic. Even in Shepi to go attention. And each chapter protect or national 24 councilmen as Itani Abitoyat Italy is neat as a reminder. Because reserve my time, Shana. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Yellowhair, for your statement. Let me go back to Honorable Stewart here. Shananta, we have been on this amendment for quite some times now. I'm going to give the floor back to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart?
This amendment is I don't think it I got Title 26 so I need that officials and then so the policies so that was cut or put out not only they say then but out of the is going to be business share at 4 chapters in the from the staff to the officials I actually that you is not the need so put out black and white days when you get out big 100 initial actually put 8 on late a kunde ni hijego besmas anani nigi ya the don't hit the napasi zone pa ati na sto put out to go not the store the sunny then she ya it does need to just not us auto need it out or reference the yao she so run those like store put out ban so kiss on hit this put out out of Kodosi Shin so Shin so Shin government development then Shin so put out Yita Shin so those as you got the nation which yada show those as your agencies goes not that call the yin da officials and Vinigi chapter officials and Vinigi in the done here special and then Vinigi da yin da they put out that they need put on that they put out binadej no honan put out the legislation then the for teleconferencing chapter then the subcommittee club C dot Korea veterans so aro shinana shana not just conduct but pass that I done a farm board or grazing official I done a advocate so the or subcommittee whether they're called Club C committee or they're called community organizations, they're all related to Club C out of the subcommittees that like business management, ad hoc, Asian out of Pihnadi, so Shemaya get out the very first time, late out the community members, Bahados being so late. We went from March to now. All officials and then get from here on, teleconference.
I don't need it out to inform the community. The Keta with any get up as beta husband though that's been much again. Can't be odds or none at all. Have them take that step again to enhance to go in that direction. Even yeah. Arkansas has speech now.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. We still have reserve time. Let me go back to Honorable Otto So with 56 seconds. Honorable Otto So.
Wait more time.
Thank you, Honorable So. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 1 minute, 54 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Shana. Otto, colleagues, thank you so much for the information that we're debating today. I think with every legislation, it's really important that we clarify, even if it's all maybe it's just a simple reference within the legislation that is currently before us that refers to the other laws that are out there. I don't believe that there's anything wrong with that clarification, and it's good that we have some.
Honorable Newton. Honorable Charles Newton. Honorable Newton. Nanta, can you hear me? Nanta. Esperanza Anna, can you hear me?
Oh, I can. No.
Okay. Honorable
Charles
Newton. Go ahead, Honorable Charles Newton.
I do
we lost
apologize.
you.
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know where I got cut off at, but I maybe it's the Russians who are cutting me off. But I just want to say that I think that it's good that we do have delegates who do have that good relationship with their elected officials. For some of us, I don't think that it doesn't hurt to clarify the language within the legislation that's before us, just as a simple reminder to other elected officials of what the law is. And as I stated before, I like to remind my elected officials of the law, and I do use Roderick a lot just for clarification. But even then, those laws don't seem to settle in. And so I think it's just good to have that clarification. So with that, again, the other thing is I didn't have my question answered about the stipend language. I know that there was a comment made that it doesn't need to be included, but I'm wondering if that should also be included again because of the problems that that our subcommittees may run into in regards to getting paid. So with that.
Thank you, Honorable Charles Newton. Dana, could you provide that answer, or Ms. Khan, in reference to if chapter officials should be receiving their stipends? Ms. Khan?
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, this is Ms. Khan, and the stipend issue was taken up in Cap 1920 with regards to officials, chapter officials, and at 1920 it did say that the officials, chapter officials, would be compensated for the teleconferencing meeting. And through legislation 0157-20, the council voted to extend the end date of Cap 1920 on July 22nd, and that legislation, to my understanding, has gone over to the Office of the President for his consideration. And so that's along its process right now with regard to whether the language of compensation should also be added to this legislation. It could be added as what we are, as how it could be added to make further clarification, yes. However, by authorizing teleconferencing, the Navajo Nation Council is recognizing the validity of meeting by teleconferencing, and the need to be compensated for the teleconferencing, it would appear, would follow in by authorizing teleconference meetings. However, if the delegates want specific language addressing that, it could be added. Mr. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. I believe also that from the Department of Justice, Mr. Roderick Begay would probably expound on that, and perhaps we could do that separately. So we still have reserve time. Honorable Yellow Hair, 2 minutes and 47 seconds, sir. Want to use your time or waive your time? Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
I'd like to waive my time, Pro Tem Speaker, my brother. Ready to vote now. Let's take care of business. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Daniel So, you have 1 minute and 55 seconds, sir.
Thank you. I will, Cecilia, Pro Tem Speaker, I will waive my time on this legislation.
Thank you very much, Shana. We don't have anybody on. We don't have anybody on the queue, so I believe that it's time to vote on Amendment 2, motion by Honorable Begay, as well as Honorable Henio. So, Honorable Noon, you still have 24 seconds.
Waive my time. Waive my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Around the horn. Roll call vote, please. Amendment 2. Final reading by Manuel Rico, sir.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, or Speaker Pro Tem, page 4, line 6, add new paragraph B as follows. Paragraph B, underscore, the Navajo Nation Council hereby acknowledges that the chapters are to abide by the 48-hour meeting notice pursuant to 26 NNC section 1002B. The chapters are to make every effort to notify the committee members of the telephonic or video conferencing call-in numbers to allow chapter membership to call in to the chapter meetings. Such notice may be posted on the chapter website and or in other locations. The Navajo Nation Council hereby further acknowledges that the chapters are to abide by 26 NNC section 1001B1M, which require chapter officials to work closely with council members, chapter elected officials, committees, and other concerned groups or agencies. The chapter officials therefore are reminded of the 26 NNC section 1001B1M requirements and underscore. Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Roll call vote, please. Roll call vote.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanasaw-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kanasaw-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanasaw-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Green.
Honorable Speaker Damon votes green.
Ms. Uvella? Ms. Uvella? And, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh.
Honorable Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Phelan.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Canal Halona.
What votes green?
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
My chapter is doing fine with that section. I vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 2 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. The final vote here is 18 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion carries for Amendment 2. None. Thank you. I would like to give this gavel back to Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Sir?
For the safety of our school faculty, space program initiates 3 phases of entry.
Honorable Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Chairman Nez?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are on the main motion. Main motion, legislation 0163-20, Got down on the amendment number 2. Let me go back to the main motion. Up next. That I got a new individual in the queue. Madam Chair, Charles Newman. On the main motion, 0163-20.
Speaker,
Madam Chair,
good
are you
afternoon.
there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Speaker Damon and my colleagues as well and everyone listening, I do have an amendment to this legislation, and although Ms. Khan did provide us information as far as the stipend language, I do want to include that stipend language in this legislation to allow those individuals to be paid their stipend, just for clarification, because I can already predict and tell that that people are going to be denied their stipend. So with that, I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Ms. Barbroff, do you happen to have that amendment? I have Mr. Rico over here. Mr. Quintero saying nothing has been amended to amendments.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana. Mariana Khan, Ms. Khan, is working on this legislation.
Okay.
She's on the line and can inform you where the amendment is at. Thank you.
All right, great. Ms. Khan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair Damon. I am working on the amendment as requested at this moment. May I be given 2 minutes to complete it, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
go ahead.
Okay.
That you had your reserve time at 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Four minutes, 25 seconds. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue on this legislation on the main motion. 4 minutes, 25 seconds. You do have reserve time for Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, while we're waiting, do you want some of your reserve time on the main motion?
Thank you, Speaker. On the main motion, I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Okay. That, back to the main motion. Madam Chair Charleston at 4 minutes, 25 seconds, waiting on the amendment to come through. As soon as we get the amendment to come through, colleagues, we can move on down. Seems like there'll be no other discussion on the main motion after this amendment. And then after that, we probably go to a second reading after this amendment. And then close out legislation 0136-20. Madam Chair Charles Newton, I think I heard you.
Yes, Speaker, I'll use up some of that time.
You want to use up some of your time, the 4:25?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. This will just allow Mariana to a little bit of time to get that language completed. I did email her and I asked her if she could work on that for me. So I'm hoping that it won't take that long. But colleagues, just for clarification, this amendment is just basically going to attach to the current legislation, informing the chapter, and then also in this case the Veterans Administration, that any meetings that stipends can be paid for them. Granted, as Honorable Key Allen stated, and also Honorable Amber Crotty, that there is enough notice given and that people are aware of what the meeting is about and that the meeting has been conducted. So that is really the purpose of including this stipend payment language in there. again, because I do think that that's going to be an issue. And there are people who are asking for that clarification to happen. So with that, Speaker, hopefully that's enough time to give Mariana time to finish the legislation. I'm going back on mute. I reserve the rest of my time.
Madam Chair, Virginia Charles Newman, reserve time at 3 minutes, 15 seconds. See anything? Just a heads up, colleagues, on after we do complete legislation 0163-20, and then continues on, colleagues, we'll be going back to legislation 0144-20. I think there's, I thank you everyone for giving us the Office Legislative Council, Office Legislative Services, and the Speaker's Office some time yesterday so we could clarify some of the technical amendments that needed to be on that legislation. I do believe there's possibly 4 amendments that are lined up in that legislation, and then probably one main technical amendment at the end of the legislation that'll be worked on. If we don't get done with this legislation 0144-20 this evening, colleagues, this legislation, we do have another day tomorrow, July 31st. I know that there's a couple of meetings that are lined up tomorrow morning. I know Budget and Finance has a meeting tomorrow morning, and I think RDC might have a work session too as well. So those are the things that are lined up this morning, or tomorrow morning actually. So going back to legislation 0163-20. As soon as Ms. Khan, as soon as you're ready, you can email that legislation over to, actually that amendment over to Mr. Rico. Thank you to everyone out there that's listening in on World Wide Web, whether you're here in Window Rock, or if you're downtown Shiprock, or if you're downtown Loop, Arizona. Thank you very much for being part of this discussion. Or if you're listening in from one of these summer session colleges, thank you very much for being a part of this discussion across the United States. Yeah. Well, just Office of Legislative Services, just as an FYI to everyone that's working in the Navajo Nation government, thank you to the Budget Finance Committee for approving the budget instruction manual. That BIM manual is actually up online right now today. So if you don't have your BIM manual for FY 2021, you can get it today online. That's for all the Navajo Nation portions of the government, judicial, executive, and legislative. So I know we are doing so many things in the Navajo Nation government. Remember that we're going through the process of the FY 2020 budget too as well right now. So thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee working together with Office Legislative Council, OMB, the Controller's Office, get that out there. do believe to everyone that's listening in right now that we have another lockdown this weekend starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, Friday, July 21st. And then I do believe the Navajo Nation, our president extended that. So next 2 weekends will be a lockdown on the Navajo Nation.
I just wanted to look her up. She's asleep.
So looks like we got something here, colleagues. Great, colleagues. Looks like we just got the amendment in from Ms. Mariana Khan. So we'll go ahead and thank you, Ms. Khan, for making this amendment. Let me have Mr. Rico read that in. I do believe that he just emailed that out to everyone, Mr. Rico. All my colleagues, staff members, you did receive the email from the amendment sections. So, Mr. Rico, read the amendment for Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment number 3, page 4, section 3, add new paragraph C as follows. C, the stipends that are provided for in-person meetings with regard to chapter subcommittees, community land use planning committees, and agency, regional, and district councils and veteran agency meetings are to apply to teleconference meetings. Mr. Speaker.
That, Madam Chair, did you get that information or the email? Charles Newton.
Yes, I did, Speaker. Looks good.
It's good? Okay, with that, we do have a motion. Amendment number 3. And Chair Charles Newton, is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. That, let me go ahead and comments, questions on the amendment. Going once, twice.
Speaker.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Stasia. Thank you for the amendment. I wanted to ask if we could include the school boards onto this amendment if possible. I have 5 school boards, and they continuously are teleconferencing as well, but there's no clarification on their roles as well, really, and I would like to see if we can assist them as well, because, you know, my school boards, I really appreciate them. I have 2 grant schools, and I have 4 federally operated schools as well through the BIE. So if we could include the school boards, I really would appreciate that, Stasia, on this amendment if possible. Thank you. I'll reserve the rest of my time.
2020 CENSUS.gov/COUS.
Speaker, can you hear me?
That, Honorable Freeland, let me go back to the sponsor. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker.
There's a request to modify.
Yeah, so I was looking back at the original legislation provided by Honorable Wilson Stewart, and I wonder if it's going to change the intent of the legislation, since it looks like, based on the reading of this legislation, that it states those that are related to the chapter And I think that the school board doesn't, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe that they're related to the chapter. It specifically says in the legislation, chapter subcommittees, community land use planning committees, and agency, regional, and district councils of the Navajo Nation. Maybe I can get some clarification on that from Dana or from Mariana. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. I'm going to go back to Ms. Khan.
Speaker, this is Dana. I'm going to step in for Ms. Khan for a second.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Chairwoman is accurate that this legislation was originally drafted to go with chapter groups, chapter meetings. I would suggest that Delegate Freeland, that with the school board, this is a little bit more complicated. I would suggest a separate legislation for that. However, what Ms. Khan is really looking at is to what extent they might be included under 0162, the one that was passed, I don't know, Tuesday night. So the answer to that question may take a little bit of time, and I strongly recommend separate legislation so we can look at various plans of operation, etc. Thank you, Speaker.
One question, privilege speaker.
Let me go back to, before I go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton for that request to modify, there's a question on privilege. Chairman Hino, is that you?
Can to the speaker, Damon. This is exactly what I was going to say. I believe their school boards are covered in 162 because it says all governing board. And so we need to take another explanation again for council from Mariana Khan on what's covered under 162. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. There was a request.
Is a request from...
I'll withdraw my request if it's covered in 162. I'm sorry, sister.
You're good, brother.
Okay, with that, I'm going down. With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. The board, amendment number 3.
Oh, it's your stuff.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knausbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knausbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knausbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Green, thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote with that. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
That 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting on Amendment 3, motion carries. That, colleagues, let me go back
Speaker, I have a
to...
point of privilege. Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, point of privilege. Recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. On the main motion, if I could get clarification from Dr. Yellowman and their bathroom addition project. We need to know at the chapter level how involved they're going to be, and so that will also guide us in our quest to support chapter officials and subcommittees as they move forward on these CARES funded proposals. Thank you, Speaker. And so I request that information from Dr. Yellowman. And I understand it may not be available, but I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Ms. Yazzie? Are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker Damon, I'm on the line.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Yazzie, can you go ahead and contact Dr. Yellowman about Madam Chair Crotty's request? See if we
Yes,
can,
I can.
if
I'll
we
do that.
need, if she doesn't respond within 24 hours, let's get a memo over to Division of Community Development on that question.
Okay, I'll do that right now.
Okay, thank you. With that, moving on back to the main motion. I don't have anybody on the board, no one queued up. I do have reserved time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the main motion.
Reserve my time.
3 minutes and 14 seconds. That, nobody on the board, nobody in the queue. Going back to you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
I didn't know I was the only one. I waived the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's vote.
That, there's no other comments, questions. Went once, twice, 3 times, second reading on legislation 013-163-20.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, there are three amendments. Amendment 1, page 1, line 15, add chapters and agency veterans organizations. 2, page 3, line 17, 24, and 29. After council, insert chapters and agency veterans organizations. 3, page 4, line 5. After councils, insert chapters and agency veterans organizations. 4, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment 2, page 4, line 6, add new paragraph B as follows. B, the Navajo Nation Council hereby acknowledges that the chapter are to abide by the 48-hour meeting notice pursuant to 26 NNC section 1002B. The chapters are to make every effort to notify their community members of the telephonic or video conferencing call-in numbers to allow chapter membership to call in to the chapter meetings. Such notice may be posted on the chapter website and or in other locations. The Navajo Nation Council hereby further acknowledges that the chapters are to abide by 26 NNC section 1001B1M, which require chapter officials to work closely with council members, chapter elected officials, committees, and other concerned groups or agencies. The chapter officials, therefore, are reminded of the 26 NNC section 1001B1M requirements. Amendment 3, page 4, section 3, add new paragraph C as follows. C, the stipends that are provided for in-person meetings with regard to chapter subcommittees, community land use planning committees, and agency, regional, and district councils, and veterans agencies meetings are to apply to teleconference meetings. Mr. Speaker.
Vote.
Vote. For board, roll call. Honorable Elmer Brigade votes green for text message.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen
Delegate
Begay
Key Allen
Jr.
votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Fernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Fernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Prior text votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Blue.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green.
Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is out. Okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yallaty is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Almer Begay.
Vote green. Vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
My colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on legislation 013 or 0163-20 with 3 amendments. With that, we're going down.
Motion.
Bring back. Oh.
That, let me go back to old business. Item number 8, 0144-20. There's a motion. Well, actually, the table motion. So let me go ahead and get a motion and take it off the table.
Motion, Helona.
Malona, is there a second?
Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair. That, we're bored. Vote. Untabling motion.
Motion.
Honorable Almer Begay.
Vote red.
Honorable Almer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Cal votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Gina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanakwat Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanakwat Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanakwat Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanakwat Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Helona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hanyo. Honorable Jamie Hanyo. Honorable Jamie Hanyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
21 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. Colleagues, let me go ahead and kick it over to Mr. Patera. Let us know where we're at right now.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Question of privilege. Hold on, there's question of privilege. Question of privilege, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels?
Yes, Speaker, I was on mute. Did you say that you need some time to fix what you're facing difficulties, phone lines, or if that's the case, I'm going to make a motion to recess. Speaker.
No, we're good to go.
Okay.
Actually. We're not. Alex, let me before we go into this full debate. I know it's going to take some time, so that's all. I'm going to end this call and I'm going to call back. Have everybody call back in. So please call back in, colleagues.
For how long?
Just right now. Call back in now. Thank you, colleagues. That I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yellow hair's on the line too.
8. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and do roll call. I have to take roll call again, colleagues.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown, present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is president from Shipak, New Mexico.
Honorable Gina Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty is calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Mr. Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So, present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Eben Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen, screen.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
This conference has reached its maximum
Honorable
duration
Paul
and will
Begay
end in 1
Jr.
minute.
Answered roll call by text. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I'm here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Answered
Keep
roll
going.
call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland, present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker, present.
Honorable Tom.
Goodbye.
James on the line. I don't know if he counted me in.
What?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0144-20. Legislation has 2 approved amendments. Amendment 1, page 1, line 16, after project insert payroll support. 2, insert payroll support expenditure plan attached to Exhibit 13. 3, page 4, line 30, insert a new paragraph as follows. The purpose of the CARES Fund payroll support expenditure plan attached to Exhibit 13 is to immediately provide $90,928,047 of Navajo Nation CARES funds for payroll expenses eligible under the U.S. Treasury guidance. 4, on page 5, line 28, insert a new paragraph as follows. The Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts total funding for the payroll support expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation CARES Fund in the amount of $90,928,047 and allocates the funding to the Office of the Controller as set forth in Exhibit 13. 5, page 6, line 14, after 5, insert 13. 6, delete all cumulative amounts allocated to the hardship expenditure plan in the legislation and Exhibit 10 by $90,928,047 and replace with revised totals. 7, page 6, line 9, add new paragraph as follows. The progress of all expenditure plans funded projects shall be reviewed by the Budget and Finance and Navigated Committees during the month of October 2020. The funding for any project that has not made enough progress to demonstrate that it will be fully completed by December 30, 2020 will be reallocated to the Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan Exhibit 10 through Navigated Committee action. 8, increase any cumulative amount set forth in the legislation as necessary to account for this amendment. 9, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede a consistent language contained in the other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services looks notice to the sponsor of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. You then have approved Amendment 2, which is 1, reduce the dollar amount of the hardship assistance expenditure plan, Exhibit 10, by $24,600,000 in the legislation and the expenditure plan in Exhibit 10. 2, page 1, line 16, after projects, insert Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Emergency Assistance. 3, insert Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Emergency Assistance Expenditure Plan attached as Exhibit 12. 4, page 2, line 7, after utilities, insert gaming. 5, page 4, line 30, insert new paragraph as follows. The purpose of the CARES Fund Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Emergency Assistance Expenditure Plan attached to Exhibit 12 is to immediately provide $24,600,000 to sustain the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, whose business operations include the continued employment of approximately 1,000 Navajo members, has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and public health emergency orders. 6, page 5, line 29, add a new paragraph as follows. The Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts total funding for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Expenditure Plan for the Navajo Nation CARES Fund in the amount of $24,600,000 and allocates the funding to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise for the purpose set forth in Exhibit 12. 7, page 6, line 14, after 5, insert 12. 8, adjust any cumulative amount set forth in the legislation as necessary to account for this amendment. 9, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly as necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in the other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent and language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. You were then on Exhibit 3 at the time the tabling motion was done, and Exhibit 3 reads 1, page 1, line 16, after projects, insert housing project. 2, insert housing expenditure plan attached to Exhibit 14. 3, on page 4, line 30, insert a new paragraph as follows. The purpose of the CARES Fund housing expenditure plan attached to Exhibit 14 is to immediately provide $24 million to mitigate housing deficiencies within Navajo communities, the effects of which have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. 4, page 5, line 28, insert a new paragraph as follows. Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts total funding for the housing expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation CARES Fund in the amount of $24 million and allocates the funding to the housing improvement program as set forth in Exhibit 14. 5, page 6, line 14, after 5, insert 14. 6, delete all cumulative amounts allocated to the hardship expenditure plan in the legislation in Exhibit 10 by $24 million and replace with revised totals. 7, in Exhibit 14, Section 1, second paragraph, after pre-manufactured homes, and include underscore travel or in underscore. 8, adjust any cumulative amounts set forth in the legislation necessary to account for this amendment. 9, page 1, lines 15 through 16, add the title of all new expenditure plans adopted by the Navigator Committee or Navajo Nation Council, but not previously added. 10, page 4, line 30, add new paragraph. 10, page 4, line 30, add new separate paragraphs as follows. The purpose of the CARES Fund Solid Waste Expenditure Plan attached to Exhibit 7 is to immediately provide $30,773,000 for the development and implementation of solid waste projects that will enhance sanitation in Navajo communities and mitigate the spread of COVID-19. 11, page 5, lines 3 through 6, add the title and exhibit numbers of all new expenditure plans adopted by the Navigator Committee or Navajo Nation Council, but not previously added. 12, page 6, line 14, add the exhibit numbers for all new expenditure plans adopted by the Navigator Committee or Navajo Nation Council, but not previously added. 13, page 6, line 25, amend paragraph E as follows. E, the CARES Fund expedited procurement rules and procedures overstrike as set forth in Exhibit 1E and overstrike. Underscore attached as Exhibit 13, comma, are hereby adopted and in underscore shall apply to procurement activities for the expenditure plan set forth herein. 14, page 7, line 1 through 3, add the title of all new expenditure plans adopted by the Navigator Committee or Navajo Nation Council, but not previously added. 15, page 8, line 4, delete a cost is incurred when the responsible unit of government has expended funds to cover the cost in the overstrike, and insert underscore in its guidance issued on June 30, 2020, Treasury clarified that for a cost to be considered to have been incurred, performance of delivery must occur during the covered period, but payment of funds need not be made during that time, so it is generally expected that this will take place within 90 days of a cost being incurred. 16, page 9, line 10 through 16, at the title and appropriate oversight committee. All new expenditure plans adopted by the Navigated Committee are now Nation Council but not previously added. 17, page 9, line 22, delete overstrike and 2 NNC section 164 and 17 and overstrike and insert 2 NNC 221B and but line item veto authority delegated to the president by vote of the Navajo people in 2009. 18, page 9, line 25, delete overstrike 2 NNC section 164A17 and overstrike and insert budget line item veto authority delegated to the president by vote of the Navajo people in 2009. 19, delete all dollar amounts and attendant language from expenditure plans referencing funding past December 30, 2020. 20, clarify HEHSC Amendment 1, Paragraph 3 as follows. In Exhibit 5, replace underscore the existing NTUA in underscore broadcast overstrike section of the overstrike document with the title 2020-07-04 NTUA overstrike NTUAW and overstrike CARES Act funding requests. 21, the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to update all cumulative amounts set forth in this legislation and exhibit, including expenditure plans to account for amendments made by the Navigated Committee and Navajo Nation Council. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits according as necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services is most responsible for legislation, which hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. At that point, before the vote was taken on Amendment 3, you had a tabling motion to table legislation 0144-20 until the next Navajo Nation Council special session. Mr. Speaker.
All right, just talking to myself. That, colleagues, thank you, Ms. Platero, getting us back to speed. So on the main motion, Honorable Daniel's motion, second by Chairman Hino. We are on Amendment 3. That motion was raised by Honorable Brown, second by Chairman Daniel So. This is the lineup. Honorable Slater, Honorable Elmer Brigay, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Freeland. You do not have any more time on Amendment 3. We do have Honorable Vince James with 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Chairman Hino with 1 minute 57 seconds. I have new players in the queue. Honorable Daniels and then Honorable Paul Begay. So with that, I'm going to Honorable Daniels on Amendment 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment, Delegate Brown amendment lagi after about this since chapters so basically you it's hold on Maggie or you hasn't for you should be not sending hold on the rate that's not sending the rate so in the rate of one that you could could that was needs to the rate last year was event that on the she gets been here I don't know quite on the rate the year could should be oh yes that could on the rate basically the lot of the clean rate at quite a scandal the rate says and be a peso a could on the rate projects they that on the spend year to this date some of those projects and that all that I call you don't need that either. So $1 million per delegate region. So if I have 4 chapters, so if I divide that by 4, it's $250,000 per chapter. I don't know basically on the radar shit. No housing improvement program. Yep. So it could be it's so what did I called by December 30th, 2020 Aja that on the spin ois abiga for the banses case to speak at the great Kodoya, the great Kodochan and projects. We get a wheelia and our that. I don't know with this pandemic story or the Kako. Better on the show Yananka. I don't know. But I nature because of this pandemic. I shall be as ye ran for the Kodoban, this case go chapters. I don't know and agree with the BCD as the Nishiki community development. So either over but the each nation sort of on this case will be so don't agree base of which we yagush asking that so you should be you could don't agree speaking to this amendment could I don't know could I'm sure the great at the house could the net Zuda change could one shop at under the door shot or niche one son I don't she done the call. So we have families out there that are homeless. I don't know to hit the nest. Kai what chin such a the half kai. But mother was dead or the halong because of this pandemic. I don't know they also had this which with the each nation on the band this case gonna get community development. Aja the Nishki she John on the band this case go so Eddie on so I see the reserve time speaker.
That Honorable Daniels, reserve time 1 minute 30 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Paul Begay on Amendment 3.
I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
4 minutes 58 seconds. That. Go back to the sponsor. Honorable Brown.
Yes, this is Delegate Brown.
It was just a statement, but I don't know if you have anything to add on at this time.
Yes, and that's just to Delegate Daniels, right? I'm sorry, I keep getting cut off, but yeah, for that, I would say if Delegate Herman Daniels believes that out of his chapters of 4 that there is no one in his community that does not need any homes in Shanto, Oljeto, Inscription House, or Nasasan. I'm not sure if that's true, but I would say his comment about that there's not enough manpower. I think that, like I said earlier on Tuesday, that we have a lot of Navajo Nation employees who are considered non-essential, and we have Navajo Nation Gaming. If they could help us clear some of these areas, even help. I think if we activate, there's a lot of Navajo Nation construction workers that are out there, and I know that if we ask for help and some split equity, and University of Utah, we've been working with them in the San Juan district area. I know that the need is there, and I think I know that there is a need. I know that there's a need for our people who need homes. While we were doing the propane drive this morning, we were able to talk to some people, and we're getting phone calls. But I would say for myself and with HIP and NHA and other programs, there's actually the Southwest Housing Foundation. There's a lot. And I think this pandemic is going to teach us to be resourceful. It is going to teach us to be resilient. It's going to teach us to step up to the plate. But it is this delegation, it is the Nat'ani that have been elected. This is what we are elected to do, is be resourceful. It is to get our minds, our souls, and our prayers together and get our people. I have a lot of people around here that I think that can help this. And I would say even if it by October, like the legislation, if it's not being used, then it could be reverted back. This is not a guarantee that it might just be for housing. Let's say if my one district does not use it all by a certain time, and if it's being used, then it could be reverted back, and then it could be used for other areas. And I think a lot of these fundings, I hope that these amendments, that's what some of these savings clause might be, that by a certain time, if these monies are not being used, they could be reallocated. Maybe we can just generalize everything at each in each amendment and legislation 0144. If by October something, like it's mentioned earlier, if it's not used by then it could be reallocated. But what I'm saying, what we are hearing is our people need homes. Our people, there's a lot of homeless people. 24 million will never be enough, even with HUD's money or NHA's money and HIP's money. With that other 19.5, that's not going to be enough. I know the need is there. We are all aware as elected delegates and as chapter officials that there's a huge need for housing, not just building, but there's a lot of, I see some homes that need to be finished with panels. Some houses are with broken windows. The need is there. I see it. And again, I would say if we cannot, as delegates and chapters, if we cannot use the money by October, then it could be reallocated. I think that would be safe. And then let's say if another organization, let's say, can buy, a couple tons of Lysol, then let's use it there also. Let's use it on rehiring our own people and in building these homes. And I'm working with the University of Utah, and now there's organizations working with Change Labs, our organizations, and also there's a lot of successful nonprofit with other tribes also that are successfully building homes. I think if we put our heads together, I already have a list of manufacturing home companies that are ready to go. And this is what I ask Western Agency Council chapters also. I said, Shakal, Jay, I said, we 24 delegates are not going to be able to do all of this. I'm going to rely on you. You all have ideas that I have, that you have on your own, and forward that to us. So that's where we're at. And I believe, Shananta, that we will definitely use these funds for building homes, patching up homes. Winter is coming, and we need quality homes before December comes, so our people can be warm, especially our elders, our vulnerable population. That's what they need. I see a lot of so that's what I see, and this is what we're working on. And again, this has been a work in the making. I think the very foundation of a Navajo person is a home, and I think we're all aware that we have a lot of relatives that are without homes. They're living with their parents, they're living with their grandparents, or a lot of them are actually professionals that are living off the Navajo Nation. They are trying to wait for their home site lease. But imagine if we can get them a modular home and say, hey, we can hire you in this district to be police officer. Or we need nurses, we need engineers, we need all these people. We can house them also. So that is definitely COVID related. So we're looking at that, and that was the initial sweat equity project, was to use these funds for them. Why not? Because that's definitely COVID related. So that's the thought. There's so much to be said, but I'm hopeful, and this is something that my team and I have been working on also. We've been meeting and reporting to NHA Board of Commissioners. We've been meeting with other Habitat for Humanity, but unfortunately that's very expensive. And then other organizations. So there is organizations out there, and imagine if we tap into these funds, we will be able to bring Sihuadin back to our Navajo family. I'm talking to family right now as we're speaking, and there is a family that is about to lose another family member. There's another one. So, and it's, imagine if they're telling me if we had home. So I keep getting these messages. So for myself, I know that in 333,000 will go really quick. if we can just buy that, we'll buy what, 3 modular homes, and that's 3 families right there. And then for 3 chapters for a whole 1 million, that's like 10 modular homes. If we can't do that, buying 110 of those, so we'll be like, how much would that be? So I'm just thinking, I'm quickly doing the math in my head, and some are pretty that are more expensive with bigger size family also. So definitely the need is there. I would say that this is not something new, but what COVID has done is it has really elevated and has opened the Navajo Nation up really good to where we're seeing everything. It's magnified. And that magnifying glass, we should put it on and definitely see that there's a lot of our people in need. And it's not just nuclear families, it's single men that don't qualify for NHA that have dug halfway into the ground and have a makeshift home made out of a cardboard. We have a lot of our Navajo people that are in Farmington, that are in Page at the city parks, that are in Gallup, that are in Phoenix. I mean, what about them? I mean, those are our people too. And that's what I'm hearing from our people, from the nation as I'm working on this. So there's definitely a need, and this actually is not enough. We would go through this so fast, and that's something that I would I can say. And I'm saying this because I have a team that have been working on this, and we've been doing presentations to different organizations, and these are experts also. So I'm relying, and I'm putting my head together. I'm reaching out to them constantly. So I'm doing my best to get that together, and I'm going to rely on HIP also, and then CDBG, NHA. And then why not invest in other tribes if we can't do this on our own? There's other tribes that have been very successful. They're already have they're spending their money also in building homes. So that's my response. I believe in us, and I believe that there's a need for our people, and as simple as a home. It could be a little micro home. It could be patching up a home. It could be one family's asking for the travel trailer that's sitting outside Danahoto chapter. The windows are busted. So this morning I was running around trying to find ways of maybe patching that up. And another family is asking for that too. It was an engineer trailer that was left behind. So we're scrambling, but we just don't have the funding. And I actually talked to Danahoto chapter, and I said, what if worst case scenario comes? What if our single Navajo men that are living in these makeshift homes and it gets so cold? Should we get ready? Shall we get our chapters ready to house them this coming fall and winter? What do we do? How do we isolate them? How do we keep them warm and keep them alive? There's a lot of people out there that would definitely need, and they've been asking for this. It's not just since COVID. It's a known fact on the Navajo Nation how much the housing shortage is also. So that's where I'm at. I mean, let's call on gaming, the people, the thousands of people that are being paid Navajo Nation employees. They don't have to be construction workers, but they can definitely, help cook. They can clean up around. They can pick up boards and move them around using social distancing and everything. And that's really putting our own people back to work. And that's really where we'll be investing back in our people and reinstilling that work ethic. And I think once we can get people to build a home, which is and so the next I think it's really building that. So that's where we're at. And then as we speak, I have my team that's being trained by Doctors Without Borders. Actually, one of the doctors is not getting paid, so he's completely volunteering, and he's training my team at the Danahoto chapter right now on educating and really moving forward on how to combat COVID. So my team, they're working around the clock as we are, as well. So I'm trying to be creative. I think at this time we have to put on as much creativity as possible. And then Delegate Delegate Daniels, and I know when I say this on the Western Agency Council call, I requested, I call upon our 18 chapters, three chapters, and I said, imagine if each one of you just concentrate on one company on how we can use COVID Give me company name. Give me that. Vet that for us. Help us. And then give us an invoice. Imagine if all our chapter officials can do that. We will spend this money really quickly. So that's my thought. I hope that I was able to answer the questions, but I am here listening. But I'm also having a conversation here about some heartbreaking situation as well. But I'm here, so I'm doing my best. Yeah.
Let me go back to the floor. New player, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Speaker, include me in, Speaker.
Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, can you hear me, Sila?
Yes.
Okay, Yate Sila. If I am the same order like my other brother, Mr. Nate Brown, he based upon the any care money. Couldn't be any jobs. I talked to my colleagues, speakers, and my other people for my Black Mesa community up there. Tori by Shito. At the 20 year, nature Jimuga hot at an AP party, high elevation. The 20 hours in the hot sense P party. Aliado greater del call. I think the 20 Kadati gave Abanga Jimuga. The Kiba has city water, Gire, Ayo Nahot, Irashanat Anika, minimal waterline project by Ashtinde. That all you kill Nahot, is what I discovered. You create or big at the Lati, the minimal waterline project. It's a really big project. I just found out yesterday. 8 hours you should be and you start this and so you start all this. So it's a big project called Bobigatla, Tastini, the Konana South, a northern station at Ani. You could, they asked for a $1.5 million for a Forest Lake or Robbie East Waterline project from $600 million. Ada the Abiga care at Funski. If I could probably use and Ajuda it all this. Bahunti all this. Ajuda December 30th, that's a big at all this. Again, so in addition, the big project, there's a very big problem with IHS. It's a very chaos. Me, myself, and other leaders, maybe I need help. We need to uncover a lot of problems. It's been status quo for many years. I've done it in the 22 years, I think, the Bahunt Shabiga, though they say, Bahunt, the told many waterline project to the gym. Does it all be got an hand by Yankee? Other than this, us on the car torture. This is no, unless a condemn. To be honest with you, minimal water project, I'd like to just move to Jefferson from the article edition, $45 million. This is all straight. 88 because of that they sacrificed during Peabody operation. Just one that they get or you out of a message. Basis at all, you chapters in the chatter fish recapture Dacia. Sahata senior citizen base event has because she ain't until she was with Aggie, even in quite or minimal water project or what ate all that. I could eat Donna I need a Friday at that channel. It died about this in the they call it minimal system project. Don't they 88 or yes, for the last door? 8 non Giela in the one go water chain to me. Other be hottest and the other one let or something that water pops on, just turn on. It or 12 young non 80 hours at all. Era 20 not again has not only. The door yard, a garden at all you can bounce thing and then 20 years later, it'll be that it's not on the other here. It or that at the 20 get 8 hours on it, 8 ton not a kid or all have got a little down a team. edos that on the hill here. And the visit at 20 cars, Azo, on one at us, I to 80. There's some water tap, and they taught us on a tab of Dalia. It's up with adult. It's a noise. It only not they should be honest. It I don't never gave any Russian. A call. Could you that? I had that because the card was transferred forcibly or Robbie East Waterland Project. As we had a whole yarn, they call. Yesterday, I talked to Mr. Jason John, to Mr. David McDonald from IHS. John, on the Ecuador Basin Katie. Shabby not only 1.5 million for Force Lake or Robbie Project. Then the other one, you say, yeah, asked about the note in the Ecuador is driven on status quo. They've been sitting on it too long. Yesterday, Mr. Dave McDonald. What's going on? But either thought is you can't even pull. No wonder people say you're getting IHS are getting too old on the job. You can't even pull a steer. We need young individuals that can pull a steer. There's no such a seat on a Asia $100. Edition on the chamber larger. We found that this need to mini mill waterline project because there's a lot of problems, a lot of issues. We need to take it to the point between the evolution on the DKNA was up, but it is a nice condole. Because of forcefully or Robbie East Waterline Project 1.5 million 80 be shot lot on the so to Dobby the heart station about $800 so she get and now $100 President Nance. Thank you, Ken. I figure God bless you all, not on. Yeah.
Okay, with that, we're on down. What do you think so?
Ja, this is just a honey taho. For those she, our husband, hot he named. I'd like to have a question with that Dana regards to this situation. To me, this CARES Act, how much is it blocked? Is it blocking is it blocked by regulation? No, like I say, if the federal government gives you funds to get yourself a jacket, but it has to be only worn in July or August. That's how it usually is. I guess that's why we're still debating on it since when now, I don't know. This money has came into our account. But I'm still positive. I still think there's more ways to skin the cat. So there's a need out there on the Navajo Nation where this CARES Act funds $714 million is really just a drop in the 500-gallon tank. It's really nothing. So somebody's talking in my ears.
Eugene, so go ahead. Eugene, so? Eugene, so?
I'm talking. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. There's a need on the Navajo Nation out there. I need 10,000. Every one of us see it every day, daily, and we can talk about this forever. But the money that's allocated with 714 million, really nothing. It's really nothing. Just a drop in a 500-gallon tank drum. Then to help the people with. So I don't know why it's just sitting there right now. If it was my money, I would have already been running water across the Navajo Nation with all that clearance that's right in front of me. That's how the railroad is run. Everything they were surveyed in front of them. There's all clearance and everything being done right in front of them, and the railroad is just running right behind them. How come we can't do that? we would do that right now. We would be doing that right now. We would have been almost out of money. And there's housing and broadband, etc. We would be building it right now. I don't know why we had to have homesite would be blocking us. I don't think so, because a lot of houses out there don't have home sites. They're all just made by cash. We can use those kind of stuff. I just don't understand why we keep debating. So that's my question. How much regulation is blocking us to use this CARES Act fund, regards to all these issues where it just keeps coming up, and I don't feel it should be there. This is a different kind of money. Thank you. I'm wait. I see how much I got.
May reserve your time, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Moving on
I
down.
hear you guys for a while.
That. We go on back to Honorable, well,
You're vibrating, speaker.
Ms. Barbara?
I'm sorry, Speaker. I have numerous people talking to me. What was the question? Was it Eugene So's question?
Yes.
Okay. As I understood Mr. Delegate So's question was essentially how can the federal government restrict when the nation can spend the funds? And if I understood his question right, the federal government said, Navajo Nation, you can have this 600 million as long as you spend it this way. The nation could have said, no, we don't like the criteria, so we don't want the funds. However, by accepting the funds, the nation has agreed to spend it according to the Federal Act and the Treasury guidance. So that is essentially the best way I can explain it. It is the same thing that the states did and other local governments. If you wanted to accept the federal funds, then you need to spend it according to the federal guidelines. If that does not answer the question because I misunderstood it, please let me know. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So, is that your question? Did I answer your question?
Almost about, but so what she's saying is, since we set up the money, we had to go by their laws, which is really, like I said, the jacket part. You try to buy a jacket, you can only wear it in July or August. So it seems that that's how it figures out at the end. Reserve my time.
Hey. Okay, with that, let me go back. I don't know anybody else new on the board. New reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 44 seconds on Amendment 3.
Certified chapters. Honorable Amber Crowdy. Hassan Bazad. Ajaba Kate Nalenki. Chose either that's yet Jokata but he needs oh big Kate the Kana de he taught nas Naligi up the Hosneho yet RDC has sent the peso not the hanky it uncle just a ACD DCD is not in the show Division of Community Development is not in the show Ada Ilia ako shadi partners nilibat kata shagi ada Ilia ako si hasan the base again general ke sanelo ada Lia do sa indos also Ilia ako Okoko aja isana Honorable Elton Joe Shepherd hot presentation na shoko. Okoko sisizido Belke di kati de peso ke no tahigi asha de mil so peso ni hita nalon hot sisizido hot bonds case okoko nas nalitan zanigi housing discretionary funds do huge ya cheat off so do huge ya do lost so sisizido what in this case aba hazan ya شاشة نازنا لبس نازنا لي هot بس شتا إن شيء هot ديت نشكو housing discretionary funds دي ننيجي هوان بندا ننيجي بك أو هيوج يا شتنا يا ناو كاتيت بس نهوت هوان لنيجي أكو تهنشين ده ساتوش دو سوسو بين هوت not on enough فنيجي no da hota ya ko de ko honche go test on the all odds does is ne kan na shi ada ya does yon chela yita ko ta hi ada kat ata toya hadas ne akwai gi sta do lo cho hota bo ne da do hawan leni do apen ne nas ne ko RJ do ni no do ba ya ti ko ta se do ishik deniki hojo ba things and ko RJ hawan ma just on the do hajo jo kan do sa bi ho do ni RJ sa action so to ke da ya don ne就到 no 的ya ya da ti ko adaจะทอดnas ne pe sa ye shi ka do lo so na ha就可你是打会理性这样讲就的可以看so你就是呢是那那是那个可一般那是都来下 thank you
Okay, with that, moving on down. Armogenio, 1 minute, 57 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
1 minute, 56 seconds. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Kodo. Yeah, Kodo. Nana Kodo. Speaking to the amendment again, Kodo Nagaita. Kodo Delegate Brown, Kodo Shushenta Hanatzi, Kodo. Yes, the need is out there. 4 chapters that I represent, the needs. I see baby in the has ike Joho one to basically up has been a year. But my question was is HIP capable of just what's been initiated? It sounds like you're relying on the chapter and other organizations to start the planning. NH8 didn't need it. NH8 done up straight in that. Just in the house seat, RDC. Oh, yeah, to Ajo, yeah, now that NH8. Other organizations with that they haven't committed yet to being done other organization NH8. So I support the legislation, the initiative, but so Speaker, reserve time again.
Speaker, can you add me in? Delegate So.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay. 4 minutes, 58 seconds.
Thank you, Shada, Speaker Damon, colleagues.
all those that are listening in. And to the amendment, the needy is she get Honorable Delegate Nick Brown, 24 million from Nico, your kid. A court. Oh, yeah, those still at the Tikat Obayana Nick, hands out now, dollars. Question here had the Honorable Delegate James Ado Sumato, Ms. Crowdy, Honorable Delegate Crowdy. Chapter, I've been saying this all this time. Chapter, they know firsthand. Hala Nahoti. Ajo, but Koshe, Hatila Benia Kodoba Yel Kilat Ons. Miche di the chapter the enta has the zone his thousand. But 24 million then gi do ani ten hirata. I know talking for my chapter, one of the chapters, Copper Mine chapter, they've identified 20 people, 20 homes that needs to be replaced immediately. The multi-generation that's the main issue. And that causes the spread of the virus. The Copper Mine chapter is looking at 20 new homes, 1 bedroom, 2 and 3 bedrooms. And they've identified and they have projected that they can get this completed by December. 20 homes. My Copper Mine chapter manager has a degree in engineering, construction engineering. And he's not looking at local help. PEP there, PEP workers. On the Labajan, if we start looking at 110 chapters to build homes for their community, yes, we're going to run out of manpower. We're going to have to look at outside source contractors. Copper Mine is looking at in that direction. With the 20 homes, we're looking at $3,390,000. So to me, 24 is not going to help 110 chapters. We're at the point where we're going to have to look at pre-manufactured homes. Of course, I was San Juan Southern Paiute. Oh, I your trailer in the years, please. Is it base of baby car or what? You look at Hidden Spring, and then in my area in Cow Spring, Tonalea area, I just other home site listed. I get and your trailer. Yeah, yes, things no by nothing. So we're trying to look at that issue. Yeah, but that's a separate issue. But what I'm saying is this 24 million, I don't think is going to help 110 chapters. They have the means, the information to address their local housing needs. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time with 41 seconds. Go on to Honorable Eugene So. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. On reserve time.
I think it's better to give it to the chapter and more than just 24 million, because they know everything. My Chile chapter, they got projects of over millions. They can give us that money as fast as they got it. But they will finish everything like yesterday. oh, you know, the chapter. So, they can take care of it. Because if we just, if we don't, with people that don't have degrees or certification that can do this job, it would be really easy. And everybody knows how to fix a house or build a house or do plumbing or electricity. Because I've never spared the husband. If we all help each other, we can get rid of this money real fast. But we're putting a lot of regulation in there. So we get rid of that. We put this huge money easy. Thank you.
Honorable Brown?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I think I understand that some of them were comments. So to the questions, I'll respond to those. The short answer to Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. With HIP, the way when I spoke to them, I asked them that what their job duties are and what is their mission, and basically that's what they're charged with, is in building homes. And with the funds from the CARES Act, we can hire some of our own people. And I think some of them actually don't have to. I think the majority of the houses don't have to be built. And I know with the 19.6 million, I believe, that has been earmarked by HIP currently, they identified 100 homes. I believe 100 or 150, and that's in tab 3. But that's only for people who have already applied. But I know that there are a lot of families during COVID, and mind you that this is COVID-related funds. So right now we have a lot of displaced families who need homes. So I'm doing my homework for my areas, and actually we do have people with home site leases. We do have people, and then additional people that are asking for. And again, 24 million is not going to be enough. We would actually need more. And 24 million is actually just a start. This is not going to build homes for everyone. It's not going to be the big fancy homes. It's going to be homes to where people can build. So that's where we're at. And then it's not. And then also, getting thirsty here. With the team that I'm glad that Dr. Yeleman is listening. Thank you, Dr. Yeleman, for listening. We can collaborate with others. So if we can do that, and like I said, I know the NHA is really busy. I'm not really depending on them, but they would be a resource. Meaning that, hey, NHA, can you share some of your plans? Not just NHA, there's other organizations also. So I've identified some of the different organizations, and they're called CDC, Community Development Corporations, and those are other tribes. And I know within my community of Denahotso, Chochimito, and Kayenta, we do have a CDC that we have organized, and those would be the 501c3 nonprofit organization. And again, I think as elected delegates, we have to think of innovative ways to make this happen. For myself, I'm working late and on weekends making these phone calls, and I'll continue to do that. Again, if it's not used, then I guarantee you that we will use the 24 million in no time. I'm just thinking like over half will go to quickly prefabricated homes that would be just easy setup or modular homes. So that's what I'm thinking. So to answer your question, I think if Dr. Yellowman can respond, she is on the line, and I would be interested to hear from her also, and specifically on this 24 million. So she is on the line and she is listening. And I know that Patrick Dalagai is, I'm not sure if he's listening, but I know that with their CDBG projects, this is what they have been doing. And I think what I've heard when I met with previously CDBG is if we had the money, we would be able to build. And all we need would be to hire more of our own people. And if we can pay them from the money, that means that dollar will turn over a few times on Navajo Nation. When you are making a home for a Navajo family with Navajo carpenters, so that's a win-win situation. I don't see why we have to spend the money to non-native companies also, or non-native employees. And then we also have a lot of employees that are out there that are considered non-essential. If we can vet them, and I can start working on that also. So I think we do have options. I think during this pandemic, we are aware that there's a lot of Navajo families that are out there that are also unemployed. Since Tuesday, I've received a lot of text and email messages and Facebook messages about, well, we're here. Does the Navajo Nation have confidence in us? We are the workers. We don't have a job now. Can you hire us? I know of a team. I know of a group of people. So imagine if a few people are saying that, and then we know that there's a lot of our people that are unemployed at this time, and we can reemploy them. And then we just need to be creative on that. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, I got some new players in the queue. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Shananda. For the amendment to place into the CARES Act, Delegate Brown. My question is 1 million per delegate. I'm looking at a report that was done, and I'm not going to disclose where I got this report just yet, but it estimates that a house that's going to be built complete is going to be about $613,000 with everything. It includes materials, workmanship, rough finish work, foundation, framing, roofing, mechanical, electrical, infrastructural work, roofing, and all finished work, which is going to be approximately $613,000 for a 1,600 square foot home. Those aren't my agents. Please mute your phone. So this is a cost that's going to only build 2 homes out of 1 million, maybe not even 2 homes. There's folks out there. Speaker, there's interference. I don't want to waste my time. Thank you, Speaker. Anyway, Shananda, I was hoping that the estimate would go up higher than 24 million to possibly 60 million and break it down into 110. The other question is CPMD. They're saying they just need the money. I don't know about that. We had Q84 project over here at Hauk, and they're still fiddling around with it. The money was there, and they bought the materials, and CPMD is not moving. That's going to be a major complaint. And we need to hire folks that will be out there. We don't even have a building code. We're going to build houses like we did with the veterans. That's They would be just all based off of OSHA Shinogi Etsirdaste. And December is coming up. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Two minutes and 21 seconds. Colleagues, staff members that are on the line, please respect individuals that are speaking by placing yourself on mute. Thank you very much. With that, we're going down on about Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and I did Che do Shinto Sabe Dana did Ahiki Kodo Arula Bido Zohiki Amendment. Iya Kodo Benin Yado Iya Kodo Ishan Indla Bai Konitzen Ado Bakadet Ege do Benal Ege Ado Niko Hanas Nilis dos Bahotok leader. That's my thought now. Sounds like there's individuals thinking that the chapters will not do this or the programs will not do this. I believe this amount. I believe what was proposed in the community development proposal was 20 million. Ebenanil ane akobe nash ego koko benel anjani koko shi shahit edoli. Akonde ya could not think the mail so 4 million you caught the nanisne 24 million so the ko tatna the bishma has unbekata who so ibik ehnelo atah the mail so ibik ko ya hat at peso hat adot so bishma has unbe at so gi benach ko ya tene wol kha bishma an ya but I was how he's so yeah ko na shadow KJK Tweedle Sani Masando Che one Denzen ba Quinson Anna Shadow I don't let us Kokatnas and the Bishmas Anhata with soy it can't start could the now one it did and Kaish even now need only the Robin Jati Ahat edo chon yebe bis lansen onsen Annas yeah I did be lada iklish adi ahada Hayda da ada hawanda iten leniki da hadit da bek hagodon nilo bek hahot za kokogo iwet ego kya dole ashwa la hawani nana za dole ashwa la balchin da yihwan yahna ol te dole ko ben na hot lo dole bet ko ben na hot lo dole onsen wada nash Oda bahasi ko with that I reserve my time. And I should have at least 5 minutes left.
Armada, so you still there?
Yes.
Armada, so, okay.
You hear me?
Yeah, you still have 1 minute 43 seconds left. Honorable so.
Yes, I'm here.
You have 1 minute 43 seconds left.
Okay. Oh, am I the only one on here then?
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. Well, I reserve my time.
Okay. 143.
5:43.
No, 143. Okay. That moving on down. Chairman Daniel So.
That is actually Speaker Damon, others, and then I, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ay, sila, o days mas. They digit about this case. They digit about this case. Oh, what? I'm second on this amendment. I really feel like, rather than the language that's in there to give it to CPMD, if we're really talking about the chapters getting X amount of dollars, let's put it in their housing discretionary fund. That way the decision is made at the local level. So in that, Honorable Nate Brown, I'm going to ask you to amend your motion that these allocations that are listed on these spreadsheets, they be sent to the chapters for their housing discretionary funds. And that way it's spent locally. And it kind of bothers me, and that's why I'm standing with this amendment. We have some very capable laborers, craftsmen at the chapter level. I, for myself, have a lot of confidence in the folks at the local chapter to build homes that are just like what exists in the city. I have a lot of confidence in them. Let's give them that opportunity to be working. And so that's where my request is to the moving party. And if that particular language needs, if Delegate Cecilia Nate Brown accepts it, then I request the Office of Legislative Counsel to make the appropriate changes, whether language would have to be deleted or added. That would be my motion to amend Speaker Damon and to Cecilia Nate Brown. But I reserve the rest of my time.
That, we go back to Honorable Brown with the modification request.
Oh yeah, the speaker, Shana, Shana. I agree. I believe last Monday was also Delegate Bench James's amendment, and the reason why we went into recess was the language was going to be crafted. So I agree with that, and I am in communication with Dr. Yellowman, and she did state that with the support from HIP, they can share their floor plans if they need to. So the support is there from there. So I would agree with that. Yeah.
Second.
That was Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm getting very, very confused over here. I have also, I just finished amendments to the amendments to incorporate Vince James' request to Delegate Brown to modify. You also had Delegate Hino's request to modify. I finished those. And now, I'm not sure what we're doing with Chairman So's. So now the money is going directly to the chapters. I get to their discretionary funds in the same dollar amounts, or how are we breaking that up? I need some guidance. And so I'm confused. I apologize for that. I'm trying to follow, but
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Hold on, Honorable Brown. Ms. Barbara, can you, I know Honorable Vince James's amendment was a request to modify was for the dollars that were available that could go to certified chapters. Honorable
correct.
Chairman Hino, what was that amendment?
Chairman Hino, I'm not sure, I don't know for sure if it got made on the floor. I do know he mentioned it at the very end about wishing to modify to 35 million instead of the 24 million. And I did get the documentation for him, so I just, with the help of Sherilyn Yazzie, I just revised the amendments, revised the expenditure plan, and revised the chart. I was just about ready to send it out, but now I understand there is a different amendment, and so I'm going to go ahead and send. It'll take me just a second. I will send the new amendments that incorporates Vince James and Chairman Hino's into it. What I was going to recommend is what I'm sending is you just replace Delegate Brown's original amendment with the modified amendment. So how about we start from there, and then maybe when you see that, then you can instruct me as to how it needs to be changed.
Okay, well, let me go back to the sponsor first of the amendment. Chairman or Honorable Brown?
Speaker.
Honorable Brown, the question, I have a question for you. The request to modify, we were waiting for the language for Honorable James' request. And that request was for all the dollars to go to Division of Community Development for non-certified chapters. And then for certified chapters, it was going to be given to them. Now, I never recognized the motion, the modification that Chairman Hino did. So that was never recognized, that modification. But back to what you just now recommending, what Chairman Daniel So is recommending, Honorable Brown, is that it's going back to all the chapters, utilizing them as discretionary funds. So my question back to you then is, you have two requests to modify. One of them is just the certified chapters. The other one's going back to all the chapters. So what is your recommendation as the motioning party? So we can do the right amendment.
Okay. Speaker. Thank you. I would say we're looking at the law, at the policy, I believe Title 26. I think Delegate Vince James and I think Shana, as you're listening, and I think I would like if you can agree with Delegate Vince James's amendment. I think it sounds like we will essentially tackle, and that's the end result, following the policy and the laws and then the guidelines. And I think it would make sense if the certified chapters, they would receive that since they are certified, and the non-certified chapters would be through CPMD. But I think really where the concern would be, it's just the money, where it's spent to, and then how it's spent. And that's, I think, the biggest thing that the controller has been really pushing for and following the CARES Act guidelines. So, Delegate Shannon, Mr. Chairman Daniel So, how does that sit with you? I think that would be more ideal on that language that has already been drafted. Yeah.
Chairman So.
Oh, yeah, Joe, Joe, the non-certified chapters, they get their discretionary funds too. So that's the part that we have to understand. I thought equal distribution. I thought a chapter is the budget on that spreadsheet. Even on the discretionary funds, they get it over there. They decide who is going to get the housing assistance. Bathroom addition. If it's going to be a whole house, then they can decide who the contractor is and abide by all the financial requirements. Yes, the certified chapters, yes, they can issue their checks and whatnot. It goes through a process, but the chapters get to decide who and how and what amount. They want to hire a project manager, then that's up to them. Your chapters of 8 and since we're in the council, we're talking for the whole nation. We're pushing for our chapters, but right now we are speaking for the Navajo Nation. That includes the people, that includes the chapters. Speaker, without a amendment, that's side.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Brown, what are you doing then?
Yeah, Shana, the speaker. Shana, and that does make sense. They do receive dollars. I would like to hear from Delegate Vince James. I'm listening to both sides, and I want to meet us in the middle. So if I can hear from Delegate Vince James, what are your thoughts, and where can we meet on this amendment? I would like to hear from you. Yeah.
Honorable James.
Ik had Shanale, Speaker, Honorable Brown, Rosache, Honorable So. So sisters nito so it's 8 nesta. So she on o has ani so 8 any ko with how the law and the specification of funds being disseminated to the chapter is the reason why I'm saying certified chapters receive their funds. Since Shudder Controller Perlina Kirk has provided us the guidelines and the policies regarding the care fund. And then also President Nez has gone over that as well with us. Based on which under the chapters under general fund. It are the AA 50/50 formula is under upon the study cares fund like controller SPE so jo adam da shamasane upon halana dila si hasan the best of the hatte kaneta la ita la itana nele santleni ape Betty Beson later DCD no after here hata the pero da it on here other things no what I can't not really they had the option to either leave the funds at DCD or they had the option of having that request made to DCD for the chapters to administer the fund. So Amber Crawley to avoid the understanding that we're separating non-certified chapters and certified chapters, I think it would be appropriate that we move forward with doing the same wording, the same guidelines that we had in place for the CFSN fund, and indicating that it will be up to the chapters on how they want to for
questions of privilege. Speaker, yellow here.
Because that was up to the chapters if they wanted to utilize it, or
James.
It was up to the if they wanted
James,
to
send
it to the chapters or not.
Honorable James, there's a question of privilege. Honorable James, Honorable Yellow Hair, what's your question? Privilege.
I'd like to, as a speaker, name is Sele. I don't understand. On it, 24 councilmen. I'd like to bring this to your point, each one of you. I have some experience with the citizen funds between the two of the certified and non-certified. Let me tell you one thing, my colleagues. Controllers did not release the money to certified chapters. The only township was certified will release the money until shovel ready to go. But without the basic, you deposit, they're ready, which means they're available to start. But initially, from the start, they don't get the money. If she treated this as non-certified chapter. Even each hard decision not on it. But accountability. Thank you. Speaker.
Thank you. That we go back to Honorable Brown.
Thank you, Speaker.
Can I finish out?
Honorable Brown.
Speaker, this is Delegate James. Can I finish my statement really quick?
Go ahead, Honorable James.
I can't have on speaker.
Honorable James.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
It was telling me I've muted whatever the whole machine thing. In regards to President Nez 50/50 formula for distribution to the chapters. So if President Nez can make that 50/50 formula distribution happen, I think if my colleagues want to move forward with distributing all the funds to the certified chapters and the non-certified chapters based off what President Nance and his team put together. I think it's doable as well. Thank you very much.
That, back to you, Honorable Brown.
Yeah, thank you,
Hey.
Shananta. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. I would, and I think just going by the policy, and I know that there are a lot of chapters that are ready. I know that my chapters, we've been working on this. So we do have the capacity. Thinking about all of that and listening to both sides and the language there now for what Delegate Vince James originally requested on Monday night before midnight, and also listening to Shana. And I think then from here, from my house today, thinking about this, I think coming in the middle would be, I like what it's already has been proposed and following, and that's already what Budget and Finance Committee has been, how we have been processing some funds with some of the previous amendments, to my understanding. So I would like to go with having the certified chapters get the funding directly, since they are certified, and that's again with Title 26, and then the non-certified chapters, it would just be where it's held for a little bit, but it would be once they give the plans, and I think that's a really good process. Also, there's an accountability piece that's built in there. So I would like to propose that amendment, and I hope that fits well with and I would recommend that what Dana has sent out, and if that could be sent out so we can read that, I would appreciate that. Go ahead.
Okay, with that, Ms. Barbara, what you were working on originally for Honorable James is what Honorable Brown's going to be working towards modifying the language.
Okay, I'm just not following what we're doing with non-certified chapters, Speaker.
No.
So I'm just going to send out what the amendments I made to incorporate Delegate James' suggestion from the other night, which
That's what we're
exactly
doing.
like what he's talking about today. But if I get that out to you, then maybe we can go to there, and so I can understand. And I will send that out in 2 seconds. Okay, Speaker, I just sent it out to yourself, Delegate Brown, Delegate Crotty, Manuel, and they can forward it to all if that's what you wish. Thank you.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So. Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Hold on, please. Hold on, Chairman. So, not. Barbara. Ms. Barbara.
Yes.
In the housing management expenditure plan, it does state in there that these would be going to the LGA certified chapters. And then the second one is that the other ones would be going through the regular CDC. So that's good. But what's not in, what was never suggested was, or never recognized, was the modification to the 35 million. So do we
Okay,
just
I can change that back, but
so
okay,
everything
I will
else,
change it back, and then
everything else is
Delegate Hill will
correct.
make amendment.
Everything
I'll
else
just
is
add
correct
back in.
except for that one.
Okay.
All right. Chairman Daniel So.
Speaker, yes. Again, I guess Delegate Brown doesn't have any non-certified chapters. My K must not have any non-certified chapters. I have 4.
Honorable Chairman Daniel So. On the amendment, you're next to speak, so I'm going to start taking time from you if you continue. Chairman Daniel So.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Speaker, this is Freeland. Can you put me in the queue?
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead.
Well, and what I'm saying is, like Che, Rich James must not have any non-certified chapters. In my district, 4 are certified, 4 are non-certified, and I want them to be treated equally. Right now, they do get discretionary funds. They submit a budget on how they're going to use it. So there's no difference in the allocation. So, and again, because we're at council, treat everybody the same. We're no different. Non-certified chapters are no different. Thank you. That'll be my statement.
Okay, that. We got that language good to go on the modification. You have it? No. It's just, yeah, that's all it is. Oh, you're just swapping out the whole. It's the exact same thing, see? Validation housing expenditure.
Relative book and my new Facebook account. So just to let you guys know that. But the main reason I'm going.
Hey, thank you. Sorry, colleagues. Just had to get these amendments correct. With that, moving on down. We did get a modification. Actually, the modification is changing in the Navajo Nation housing expenditure plan. It still says there's $24 million, but the change is that in the implementation, the allocation assignment is still going to the community development as the lead agent. But the main portion, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Barbara, is under the meaning of funds. This is the change that you're going to see on Brown.
Wait just a second. Let me get that document up. And I do apologize. I've just gotten flooded with amendment requests. I'm working as hard as I can, but it is very confusing to me. Okay, so what do you want to do, Speaker?
No, but what was the change, the modification change from the original expenditure plan to the one that was recognized by Honorable Brown from Honorable Vince James is under title number 7, where it says meaning of funds.
It's in there in a couple of different places. So in the expenditure plan itself, you have verbiage. I added any LGA certified chapter receiving funding. It affirms it will use these funds in accordance to Title 5 of the Coronavirus Relief Act. So I added certified chapters there. And then let's see, and then in paragraph 6, expenditure plan funds shall be released to LGA chapters upon execution of a memorandum of agreement with the Housing Improvement Program. Then I added chapters to the oversight committees. Then in section 9, I added that LGA certified chapters receiving funds affirm it's going to administer them consistent with the Federal CARES Act. So those are in the expenditure plan. I am going back to revise the amendments I just sent to take out Delegate Hino's increased amounts. Give me about 5 minutes. I will have everything over to you.
With that, Honorable Brown, you're good with that?
I'm sitting here thinking about and listening to. Okay. Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be more simple, and not just because out of simplicity, but also I'm listening and I'm hearing Shana, Delegate So request. Would it be just, I want to be as fair as quality. I mean, to be as fair as possible also. And to Dana, maybe this might be better to where if we can just allocate those funds to the 110 chapters. Instead of kind of, non-certified and certified chapters. What will that look like, Speaker? And then Dana's working on this. Would it be more simple to do that? And then to be as equal for our chapters also?
Speaker, if I may, that will be a more complex amendment because the LGA certified chapters, they have the 5 management systems and such. So they have accountability set in there. On the discretionary, if they just go to each chapter for their housing discretionary funds, I'm going to have to develop various types of language to ensure that there is the accountability with the CARES Act, those types of things. It can be done. I'm just not comfortable doing it in the next 5 minutes. So if you want to give some time, we can do that.
Speaker?
Yes.
Okay. With that response, Thank you for the response with the 5 management system. I agree with that. And I think also white chapters, and Delegate So is right. I just have certified chapters, so that's what I'm familiar with. And then we have been working on our Club C manual as well, and then with our 5 management system, and we do. So I would like to keep the amendment the same. I think that's following the law currently also. So I would like to stick with that. Yeah, Speaker.
With that, request to modify is accepted for the updated amount for certified chapters receiving the funds, and non-certified chapters are still going to go through the same process as normal. That, Chairman Daniel So, you're the second. Are you good?
Speaker, a reluctant second. Speaker, did you hear me? A reluctant second.
Okay, with that then, thank you, Chairman Daniel. So that's not a second. Let me go on to the floor. Is there a new second? Going once?
Speaker, I said a reluctant second.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, Chairman. Reluctant second. All right, second. We're good. Let's move on down. Honorable Freeland, you're up. Honorable Freeland,
Thank you, Speaker.
No. Honorable Freeland, on Amendment 3, you have no more time.
Okay, thank you then.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Speaker, thank you for the time. The amendment that we're discussing here and considering, I'd like to see the wording because, my comments and requests is going to relate to it also. So I reserve my time.
It was sent out, Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, I'm sending out one now that goes back to the 24 million. So I'm just now putting it in an email.
Okay. It's being sent out, Vice Chair Walker. Now, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Hinu, 1 minute, 56 seconds. Chairman Hinu? Chairman Hinu? Chairman Hinu? Once, twice, moving on down. Honorable Paul Begay, 41 seconds. Honorable Paul Begay. Paul Begay. Well, once, twice, 3 times. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith. 2 minutes, 21 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I was hoping to get that amendment so I could see it and see what's going on. Sounds like the cook is getting cranky back there. We need to not.
Thank you, staff, for all of your hard work that you're doing.
I think we need to not exclude between certified chapters and non-certified chapters, because we start doing that, that's going to make things more difficult for non-certified chapters to get their housing discretionary and get that taken care of. I think we could waive that. I think that should be implemented, because we're talking for the whole nation. The whole nation doesn't have everyone certified. Yeah, there are certified chapters that are also have their 5 management system, but those chapters that don't have it are waiting so that they could get housing discretionary funds so they could get their people taken care of. I think that should be the main concern, because this is care money and we need to spend it before December 30th. I reserve my time.
It's every time at 1 minute, 14 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So. 1 minute, 43 seconds.
Thank you very much. Speaker at all. Yeah. Cook is cooking. Looking forward to some fire bread or some stew or something like that. But the longer you wait, the better the food tastes. So hang in there, Honorable Smith. I'm not the cut. With that, again, just like to say thank you to staff for being there and working out there and doing all these amendments for the council. It's a lot of work, and we really need to appreciate that. And other than that, as we move forward with this, we do have to make sure that we do consider the loopholes that the non-certified chapters have to go through. And I myself have a certified chapter, so I'm not too sure what all these other chapters go through. But when I think about non-certified chapters, I think about the community of Cameron and how they have to jump through hoops just to get things, and it really frustrates leadership and at the local level. But again, if we could ease up things for the non-certified chapters, that would be very grateful. And that's all I request. Other than that, I reserve my time if I have any left.
Every time. Honorable So, 9 seconds. That, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute, 41 seconds. Chairman Daniel So. Going once. Twice. Chairman
Speaker.
Daniel So.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know whose call that is, but again, I guess let's move forward. I said my piece, and let the records reflect that, and let's just go forward. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Speaker,
Danielson.
could I want to give my time to, the balance of my time to Honorable Mark Freeland.
1 minute, 21 seconds. Honorable Freeland.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, most honorable and distinguished Che. I just wanted to what my Che had mentioned. Like him, I have only one certified teacher and appreciate my colleagues, Honorable, my brother, Honorable James, and my other brother, Honorable Brown, for allowing this amendment. I have only one certified chapter of 8, and you know it's going to make it a little bit more challenging for us out in our area. And I wanted to mention that, of course. The second thing I wanted to mention was what Che So mentioned was giving the money to the chapters. I can't imagine how more of empowerment we could give to the local community. And I say this because the chapters can hire local workers. And I know for a fact, all 8 of our chapters, we have people ready to go to help build these projects. We have people that can construct. We have laborers. We have carpenters. We have plumbers. The chapters can get it done, I guess is my point. But I just want to thank Che for bringing up that valid point. It's really important to for us to consider that, because you know if we bring in PEP crews, we bring in housing crews. You know they have the capabilities to do that. So I just want to thank him for that. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Go back to, there was no question. There was no question, just comments. So let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, 1 minute, 56 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, and that's I end up losing, going to the next bit. Here, that's to the Speaker, they mentioned that, come by this amendment. I just wanted to chime in on the LGA certified, non-certified chapters. And if we give it to CPMD or community development, because leading up Delegate Daniels, are they going to give that money down to the local level? I really don't have any faith that they can move things forward. And a lot of projects at CPMD are just being held up. And so that's just if you give it directly to the chapters at the local level, they're able to move the money forward and get it done. But before I run out of time, I'd like to ask to select Delegate Brown if we could increase the amount from 24 to 35 million, and that would offer a little bit more leeway for chapters to move forward on the housing discretionary reserve time.
That now, recognizing the modification, Honorable Brown, there's a request to modify.
I'm here, Speaker, and then Shana, Delegate Jamie Henio. My only question would be, I think when I made the 24 million, I was just trying to be cognizant of the hardship funding that we were going to subtract this from. And my only question would be, where would the extra 10 million be coming from? If you can help me out with that. So, because I believe there's only 2 million that is unallocated so far. If I can get help with that. Yeah.
That would be up to you, Honorable Brown. I mean, you could take the additional money out of hardship right now without this, or with this amendment. With this amendment, hardship is sitting at 29 million.
Questions of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege.
From Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair, question and privilege.
Yes, speakers today. To my colleague, this is also what I thought. She got 2.5 million for water line. I found the kitchen at any other. I should be up on us in here. She got this on to the team of water. Think about it. You need a fancy kiss at the name. Not all you have to see on this kiss. All you those respect that he need. I'd like to have some money from my people out there, 2.5 million at least. I need to but all you pay on hinge kid, then the big on Hidini, so I back up on minimal water line project. The best I can find from my people out there, 1.5 million for 4C or Robbie East water line. 80 I shall say because I'm not kids of the none of us. Thank you.
Okay. That, Honorable Brown, back to you.
Yeah, Speaker, and the other best one to answer and I would like to increase it, but I think right now the capacity, I'm thinking about it, and also the 19.6 that's been, I believe that's requested also on tab 3, and I think with that altogether, so that's 24 plus 19.6. So how much would that be? That's almost like 30. I can't even do the math in my head, but it would be over 35 million, I believe. So thinking of that, Shanam, Delegate Henio, I would say I would just be comfortable to keep it because I honestly don't know where else to get the extra 10 million. And I know that judicial branch is also requesting the 10 million that I'm anticipating also, that I support also. So I think this would be good enough right now. So respectfully, if Shana, if we can keep it at 24 million, I would really appreciate that, Delegate Henio.
Moving on down then. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 14 seconds.
Okay, Speaker. I'm looking at the amendment, and in there it just says LGA certified chapters, if they choose so, upon execution of memorandum agreement with the Housing Improvement Program as set forth in Exhibit 14. My question is, how does the non-certified chapters, how are they going to go about it? Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 49 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 9 seconds. Honorable Otto So.
I waive my time. Good.
That, let me go back to sponsor question from Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown. Going once. Honorable Brown.
Yes, I'm here. I got cut off. I'm just call back in.
Honorable Brown, there was a question from Vice Chair Smith.
I got half of it. I know he had a question. It was going into something about the certified chapters and non-certified chapters. If you could restate, Shananta, your question. I got cut off. I'm sorry.
Vice Chair Smith, did you restate your question?
Well, thank you, Speaker. Hope no time is taken off of this question that I'm posing here. The amendment that's in front of us talks about the LGA certified chapters, a memorandum of agreement between housing improvement if they choose to do so. Question is, there's no indication on how the non-certified chapters, how are they going to go about the certified chapters are provided a mechanism on how they can go about it, but non-certified chapters is not listed in here as how they should go about it. And I know that's going to be a big question when it comes down to non-certified chapters. Thank you.
Honorable Brown. Question.
Okay.
Just reiterated.
I think sitting on the Budget and Finance Committee, and I think that's really our responsibility on moving that process forward. So a lot of this is actually, even with the spending, that's where it would have to go back to Budget and Finance. And then, so that would be the process that, to my understanding, what's already being used. That's why that's the conversation that we've had with Dana. And Dana, if you can help me out with that, and I would appreciate it. And I'm not sure if Madam Controller is listening, and how, if there's a major difference in this. So if I can get help with that. Okay.
The process, so let me go. I don't know if, do we have the controller on the line? I'm controller. Madam Controller. No. Ms. Barbroff, I don't know if you have any understanding. I know the process somewhat. If you don't, we can we best answer that question.
Would have the responsibility to implement the funding, do the projects. The LGA certified chapters, if they wish, they may take the funds, they may receive the funds through a memorandum of agreement. That's the same way it worked with the CSN funds to the LGA certified chapters. The interesting thing on the CSN fund and the LGA certified chapters is very few certified chapters, LGA certified chapters, took their funding. They determined it was more cost effective to leave it with the CPMD. So that's just a little insight. If you wanted to go directly to the non-certified chapters, I'm guessing it would go into their housing discretionary funds, but I do need some help on that from the controller as to where it would go and what type of accountability measures would be included. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to go back on mute, as Delegate Yellowhair says.
Okay, thank you. That. Go ahead and continue on down the line. Back to Chairman Hinu, 1 minute, 56 seconds. Actually, whoa, I got a new player. Chairman Rick Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I was trying to look for my phone here. This is really good. I appreciate this funding, $24 million for Navajo communities. Ms. Barbara had mentioned, and we had been talking about this, about the Housing Discretionary Fund. Chapters at the local level, through their 5 management system, fiscal responsibilities, it's written in there how constituents will request, and within that, we're about in the middle of the year. So what's written in there is 1 assistance per every 12 months. So that would probably mean the fiscal year. Housing improvement. So we're going to have to really think about this. Maybe we need to waive that part of the FMS and just say that windows door banda has they're dilapidated. They're just repairs, just a few things here and there throughout the years. Some of them really need a whole house. Sa nidin hidden never hajo baya. And I really like this amendment. Out of these certified chapters, though non-certified chapters, and the Holiago. Hidden Nagi and Nibakat or Wasoyat Ihabagan. But a shibit and has Igi bashed Edadon. Toy, yes, bathroom additions. Yes, that is needed. That net attended Tobe that then. It's in the that then. A quaggy bathroom additions, a gata. And need to go banda down. Side of a handicap rat bed at then given in upon today case on that out which end has Igi. So once away have a decision, and I would like to give my time to Honorable Charles Newton. So time okay to give him so what she I bet so yeah had out later late. And
That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Hello?
2 minutes, 6 seconds.
2 minutes,
Okay.
2 minutes, 10 seconds.
2 minutes. Got it. 2 minutes, 6 seconds. Okay, really quickly. So one, I do want to say that I do not believe that CPMD should be in charge or even have a hand in this with this housing project. They're already behind with citizen projects, and I guarantee you what will happen is if they are assigned this project, they're going to ask for manpower. And so I just don't believe that DCD can handle this. Again, I've lost all faith in DCD. I think that if they're going to floor plans that they already have, then I think that language needs to be added into this amendment, stating that DCD will be sharing their floor plans of some of the homes that they have already have. And then as far as the 20 million being divided, I just want to remind my colleagues that that granted, it does get split into years, but it comes down to the people. And so I think we need to remember that it's not so much the chapters, it's the people who need help. And so, I'm already doing my calculations right now. And I believe at one point we had a meeting And I think council was quoted that a reasonable Hogan with the bathroom addition was around $50,000. I really think that we really need to hire our own people to be doing the work. And I worry that if we give this project to DCD, there's going to be so much red tape involved that it's going to make it impossible for us to meet the deadline of getting these homes up. I really want to be able to employ our own Navajo people, many of them who are living out in the city who returned home because of the virus, who are ready to go. The last thing that I do want to point out is with the money that's included for each home, does this include the building materials, the manpower, the water connection, and what it's going to cost to get these homes connected, electricity, his phone is not on mute. And then also for those burnouts, I know I have 11 homes right now in Shiprock that have either been affected by burnout or catastrophes. So I just want to know if we are also seeing that within our. I'm sorry, what's that?
Fine.
Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you so much. Shania, thank you for your time.
That. We'll go ahead and go on back. Chairman Hino, 1 minute, 56 seconds.
Okay, Shina, Speaker Damon for the time, and then also Commissioner Ta. One on the amendment by Higi. Just one thing, I do agree with Deja, Madam Chair Charles Newton, about the ineffectiveness of CPMD to move things forward. I just want to. There's limited staff, that's why. Then they're overwhelmed by other projects, citizen projects. So that's just my worry. And then money to their chapters was ideal, and for that, they need Delegate Freeland to empower them. And that's how you empower chapters to start moving forward with their projects. And the idea behind it was to we always talk about giving chapters more money, but sa di na to, di nila, and just giving them as little as we can, because we're more okay. Yeah, lang.
Nope. That. Vice Chair Smith, 49 seconds.
Well, thank you again, Speaker, and 24th Council, those that are listening. The question was for non-certified chapters. How are they going to implement this? It's clear for the certified chapters on how they're going to utilize the money. That was my question. I reserve my time.
Every time at 29 seconds. Back to Honorable Brown.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for your question. I think for acknowledging all this work and also acknowledging that our people that we do need homes and bathroom and that's also in the other amendments as well, and believing in our people. And then I think what I'm hearing is from the majority or some of the delegates that have spoken, not to give funding to CPMD. And I think some of the areas that I'm thinking about, some good points. I think the CHISPEN dollars, I'm not sure if we're really concentrating on that. I think right now, the whole focus is on the CARES funding right now, and then how to spend those funds right now. And I think that's where the focus is at. And I think the way I'm thinking about CPMD and HIP program is because they have the expertise, and it would be funneling through them but unless if I hear, I'm just going by Delegate Vince James's recommendation, and then going with our legal counsel, our lead legal counsel on their recommendations as well. So I'm listening to everyone, and I want to eventually what I want, and I think it would, and actually right now, really thinking about it, it's kind of like splitting that down the middle. And I think what I see also is that I want to ask an honest question to my colleagues. How many of our chapters are open? For myself, I know that my chapters are only open 3 days out of the week, sometimes only 2 days. And even if they're open, it's just the staff that are there and very limited staff. And I want to really think about the manpower at the chapter level, the 110. And I know some of my chapters, like in Chilchimbito, they're very hesitant to bring anyone. And I think with this pandemic, there's still very limited contact. So, and I think this is kind of going down the middle, and there's some sort of equality in this that I see. And for me, I would say since CPMD is pushing or putting CHISTN semi to the side, and we as council are asking and requesting for their help and really spending the money in one area of where HIP, that is their expertise, and having them there. And I think that would be efficient. So just thinking about that, and I think if that's a real concern, I would like to have Ms. Pearl, Dr. Yellowman, to come on the line and respond and hear. I want to hear what she has to say, if they can or if they can't, or if they would be overwhelmed. And then I would really like to hear from her and then move forward. So again, Shinanta, I'm doing my best, and then see how we can do this. At the end of the day, if we can just get home to our people, that's this whole amendment is about. So if we can get Dr. Yeltsin on the line, speaker, and I would appreciate that. And the question that I would like to pose to her is, what is CPMD's capacity during this pandemic? If they have it or not, or if there's recommendations that she would make, and that would help me to move forward with the amendments and some of the concerns. Go ahead, speaker.
That is Dr. Yellowman on the line. Dr. Yellowman? Dr. Yellowman?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, this is Miss Yellowman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you can. Dr. Yellowman? Go ahead.
Yatedo Ahia, honorable members from the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Damon, and for the opportunity to share and discuss the housing. I also have with me Mr. Pat Dalgai, who is our department manager for CHID. Just following the conversation and listening. So we appreciate the amendments, and we appreciate the legislation, proposed legislation. What we have submitted, if I can go back just a little bit, is based on the BIA housing projections. HIP has a cost for a 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom floor plan. And the floor plan for the 2-bedroom estimated at around or between 110,000 and 130,000. And they have the documentation for that. There's also a 3-bedroom plan, but we kept this simple, and we included just the 2-bedroom floor plan. We also included in the proposal the material listing for a 2-bedroom plan. And I believe Mr. Dalgai can correct me, but it was between 950 square feet to 1,100 square feet. Oh, okay. So between the 900 and 1,100 square feet, right in there. So that's just a little bit of the logistics of what we proposed or what we've provided. We also included in the housing infrastructure or the housing proposal is that CHID was once awarded funding through HIP and the weatherization program, but those fundings started to deteriorate from federal allocations. And so the service to Navajo Nation homes had kind of decreased. But nonetheless, HIP and CHID maintained contractors and carpenters on the side and tried to provide work for those Navajo company and Navajo employees. In addition, CHID had a listing of eligible applicants. We went back 2017 and 2018 to applicants who had verified, met the checklist of the home site lease and documents necessary to be shovel ready for those homes. We also have another listing of families who have been burnout and also community family members who have experienced burnout and also needing renovation. We do have some challenges when it comes to renovation because often it leads to, as Chairman Nez mentioned, severely dilapidated homes. So often a home we might have to do an assessment for a renovation, but it may ultimately lead to a whole new home and need construction. But we do have the listing for all 3 of those. The listing for the HIP that made the home side lease and the checklist for shovel ready was around 100 homes. And then we also included the listing for burnout victims and families who had weather deterioration, and then the home improvement listing. And totaled, we proposed meeting those needs at 150 homes. We also have several options to deploy those. But listening to the conversation, those deployments can possibly be executed by certified chapters and non-certified. I heard Council Delegate Newton request for in writing, but we've submitted those proposals. And so Mr. Dalgai is here who can speak a little bit more to the options for deployment.
Okay, Yate, Speaker, and then also the Council, 24th Council, and then also to all the listeners. For the new housing, we've considered 3 options, and first is workforce option, which will meaning hiring local carpenters to build these 2-bedroom structures, and for the amount which was mentioned earlier for 2-bedroom, and square footage is actually 1,008 square feet, and so that's around about $110 to $115 per square feet. So due to inflation and during this time, some costs have increased, and I think we've all realized that as we go to our local home improvement stores, you notice increases in prices. So, and then the other option is modular homes, mobile homes was the other option, and I think that was also a suggestion that was brought up in the previous meetings. And we're looking at possibly, if we were to go this option, we're looking at around 60 to 100,000 for a 2-bedroom modular or mobile home. And if we meet the deadline, that's also an option. And it's just reaching out to the vendors out there to see if they have that amount of homes to deliver to our local, border town vendors, Farmington, Flagstaff, Gallup, Page. So, and that's and one option. And also, Navajo Nation can do the site prep for these mobile homes, going out to the site, preparing the area, and or for the chapter's assistants too, also to get involved and assisting our program, our department to do this. And then the last is the third option that was contracting out the work and to general contractors here within the nation, going by the source list, and hiring possibly, to get this amount of homes built by the time of December 30th, the date. We have to get several contractors and on board to do. We're talking possibly up to at least 10 contractors, and have them do 10 homes per contractor. So that was the third option. So those are the three options we have considered, and also clarifying on the housing improvement program. We've gathered this information from housing improvement program, all the applications that they received. So CHIT oversees the housing improvement program, and they average around about 800 applications per year, and they're only able to assist families out there about maybe around eight homes per year. And so some of these homes that we provided are have home site leases, and they're ready to go. So just for additional information on that, and so there's three options that we have here on the table, and we're still, if this the money is available, and we need to get on board with one of these three options as soon as possible, and start the initiation for construction.
So Speaker, so I hope we answered some questions. We are on standby to provide some clarification. I just want to add also that we did have a meeting today with the Controller's Office, and we're given some clarification as to the methods as far as procurement to move forward on both the bathroom additions and possibly on the housing addition. or the housing. And that's helpful to us so we know how to proceed. So I just want to share that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Honorable Brown. Does that conclude your presentation or your response?
I think Speaker Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Delegai for your presentation, and I think that the question was if you can, and this will determine with this amendment on what we're going to do. So my question is, would you recommend that the funding would be just given directly to all the 110 chapters, or if it's for the non-certified chapters, if it's funneled through CPMD and then through HIP, is there going to be any hindrance, and how long will that be? Would it be a long process? If the non-certified chapters funding are if they're being funneled or held there, how long would it take, and what kind of expertise or support do you have there in your office? And then also the other question would be, I know that as an oversight for the chapters, how much of the chapters are closed? And I know that you're well aware the current manpower and the structure of the chapter. So I just want to get a good and with my colleagues to really take a look into what this might look like looking into the future and spending these funding. As the end result would be, we would just, of course, we want to spend all the money for the COVID related, which essentially to me, every family on the Navajo Nation, we're all impacted by COVID-19, especially with multi-generational homes. The end result is really just building that. And I want us to work together. I want us to work with together. And then, well, actually another thought came up was, how much concentration is your office putting into on the CHITSN expenditure plan? I know there was some talk about using some of those, the CHITSN funding also. So where are you on that? If you can respond, please respond to that, and then I can base my decision on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Brown, and council members. Heavy questions and important questions. And if I can start with CHITSN. So as Legislative Council, Dana mentioned earlier that from the start of the CAP 35-18, there was a start of 149 projects. A little around half were not deemed ready. And so when we came, or when we started last year under the new administration, we did prepare and begin working with the chapters to prepare those files for those projects. There was a memo that was sent to the chapters, the certified chapters, requesting for their response to accept the project. Some of those acceptance from the certified chapters were not responded to. However, we still support DCD. We support the certified and non-certified chapters receiving those funds. We still support the chapters receiving their CHITSN projects and funds. However, it is noted, and it was mentioned, that the 5 management system is in place, and there are reasons behind a certified chapter not having the 5 management system as opposed to a certified LJ chapter having the 5 management system. those do play a major role in the audit. And many of our council here have sat in, or even our oversight RDC who have sat in on the chapters who experience the audits and then get sanctioned. And some of those findings relate to the chapters not having the full 5 management systems in place. So those are important. They're important to note. But if the council is considering the empowerment of the Navajo 110 chapters, we support that too. If there's a way to assist and prepare those chapters for those audits or those timelines by the council, we support that too. However, we still are in the pandemic. Some chapters did experience exposure and as a result had to close. And some chapters had been open. And when we say open, we have certain definitions of that, I guess. But again, just for clarification, many chapters, and I do have a list here that we are preparing for a report to council, is the status of the 110 chapters during the pandemic. We did keep track. We did keep track of those chapters. We kept track of the staff who did return and some of the staff who declined. And they declined based on health reasons or underlying health conditions. And then some chapters remained open, and not open to public gatherings or social events, but they did remain open to some of the essential government services or functions that they provided, like propane or solid waste or mail, a U.S. postal mail. So some of those they did continue, but they were limited. I guess if leadership decides to forward the funding to the chapters, we do support that. We can provide information or technical information to those chapters. CHID, just to note, CHID has been receiving federal dollars and federal grants, and they have been doing very well on their audits, and they've done exceptionally well on their audit reviews from many of their federal funders, and just recently received an additional CDBG grant as well. We most recently wrote for another grant just a month and a half ago for an intimate threat grant as well. CHID has that record behind them. And I also appreciate the conversations with CPMD. I know CPMD has quite a few projects, a little over 300, and we always ask for continued support from the council so that we can get through these projects. We have also started the IDIQ process. The IDIQ process allows us to expand our capacity in reaching out for on-call services. And these on-call services include planning, design, geo services, and so those are also some components that we want to or need to incorporate just for us to address the projects that we have. It's a good thing, and I'm proud that the nation has so many projects and the funding. We just need a little bit of help to get through them and expand our services. And the pandemic has, in that sense, not helped, but we still have had staff here working. in both the capacity of DCD and support to the Health Command Center as well. So I just want to wrap it up there. And Delegate Brown, if I answered all the questions, let me know. If there's anything I need to expand on, let me know. Yeah.
Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Brown, I was talking to myself. Well, let me go back to you, Honorable Brown. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Or if
thanks, Peter.
you answer, then I can go back to the floor. Thank you.
Okay. One quick question. Thank you for the explanation on Dr. Yellowman and for your team. The one question would be, I think like listening to this and really thinking and making heads and tails, listening to everyone. The current structure, the way that with this current amendment, giving the certified chapters their funding, and then the non-certified would be if it's funneled through CPMD and HIP program. What would be? Do you have an expedited process? Would they be able to have access to the funds that say a non-certified chapter came to you and said, "Hey, I have this X amount of money and we saw this, we were going to buy an X amount of modular homes." How long would that process be? And as opposed to maybe building a house from the ground up, how much of a hindrance or how much more time or red tape would there be on there? I know there's no guarantee right now. We're in this novel virus and nothing's a guarantee. And then with these funds, with the guidelines also. So I understand that we're doing the best that we can. And I think the less red tape as possible. Can you explain how that might work for you, for the non-certified chapters to get homes built for Navajo people, or just buying modular homes or patching up homes? What would that look like? Yeah.
Yeah, Delegate Brown, for that. To be honest, or to be forthcoming, the most challenging part of adjusting CARES funds has been the availability and the communication. Respectfully speaking, because I know all the divisions and departments have been experiencing this in the last 2 or 3 months, but just making sure that OMB and the controller's office and in this case CHID are working in unison to agree on the method and the process. So for example, just the bathroom addition, we've literally met with the controller's office and DOJ 3 or 4 times, maybe even more, and multiple conversations. We have weekly calls with DOJ just to address a professional contract with NECA or a MOA or a procurement or emergency procurement. Is the emergency procurement justified under the controller's office, etc.? So once all of those key elements can be supported and put in place, I feel like that would help expedite this process. And just my luck. Bathroom additions is first, right? So we're the ones who have to carve it out, and we're the ones who have to go through these hoops to figure it out, because we've never done this before. So now to address the bathroom additions, to work collaboratively with IHS and NTUA to even look at those heat maps of COVID-related patients, and then some of those cisterns that may be in those areas or water services takes coordination. So in order to move on the bathroom additions, we've had to court OOC and OMB the last month and a half. It feels like we've made progress, and it feels like we've gotten somewhere. And so if there can be some support with OOC and OMB to move and to expedite this, then there can be progress. We can use emergency procurement. We are in an emergency. We have been heavily impacted by COVID, and the purpose of these funds are to address these topics. So, you know, the challenges really rely on the coordination efforts between these areas, and then to roll out any of these plans that you will see through leadership, that you will see. It could be the broadband plan, it could be the DED plan, it could be the DOTI plans. All of those plans still need the coordination between OMB and OOC to make sure, and DOJ, to make sure that we have those contracts in place, and to make sure that we have those business unit numbers in place, and to make sure that the criteria that the controller has mentioned, the 3 criteria, have been met. So all those plans and those proposals will go through and see what we're going through now with the bathroom additions and now housing. Thank you, Delegate Brown.
I'm around. You ready to go back to the floor? What's going on?
Speaker, if I may, we do have Madam Controller, Navajo Nation Controller, Ms. Kirk is on the line, and the question that was being posed by my colleagues, I wanted to ask her, and that's kind of my deciding of what I want to hear, the way the funnel will be. The last thing we as not Anis, the Nevanas, Kitney, we want is to hold the money somewhere and it won't be expended. So if we can pose that same question to Madam Controller Kirk, with 24 million, let's say half, the current amendment that we're on is whichever chapters are certified, they'll get the funding directly into possibly their housing discretionary funds account. And then the chapters can then use the funding to either build homes, repatch homes, modular homes, etc. But the question is for the non-certified chapters, if the amendment is that we're talking about now, if it goes to community development, to CPMD, to HIP program, the housing program, if it goes through them, well, that is it going to hinder or prolong the process? I guess the easy question is, would it be better to just give, and I'm sure you'll have a different answer also, but to give all the 110 chapters the funding directly? How would this look, knowing that you're an expert in being in the controller's office, as far as money goes and the way accounts are made and all of that? You can respond. Yeah, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to Madam Controller. Are you on the line?
Speaker, this is Controller. Yes, I'm on the line.
Okay, I think you heard the discussion. So just want to get to the answer regarding Honorable Brown's question.
Okay. Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, 24th Council, Shanala Adayana Kitty Delegate Brown. So regarding this CARES monies, they are federal funds. So a couple of things come to mind. One, I think I'd mentioned it before, subrecipient, that's a term of art under the federal law and regulations. So that's what we're talking about. So basically, we have the money here with the Central Navajo Nation government. Although if we're talking about granting the monies, the CARES funds to subrecipients, sub-political groups, that is the chapters. So some of them are, as mentioned, certified. So in terms of the federal rules, subrecipients, they have to have internal controls. So in our Navajo language or Navajo law, and that means your 5 management system, that's why they're certified. So, and the certified chapters would, as I understand, some of them, they do deal with federal funds. So some of them are familiar. So they do have the internal control. Although the non-certified, as I understand, they haven't gotten certified, so I would be concerned about their internal control structure. So with that becomes a high-risk area. It becomes a concern from an audit perspective. So as I mentioned in the past, these dollars come to the nation, and so if we subgrant them out to the chapters, then the nation is taking on that audit risk. And with that, just like what the Auditor General does, then we'd be responsible for compliance monitoring. Although in terms of housing discretionary funds, I always get concerned if it's about discretionary, because then we don't know what those plans are or how how the program works. So that would be a concern. So there's concerns on the internal control structure. So if we outright just disseminate it to every chapter, then some are more high risk than others from internal control standpoint, from an audit risk standpoint. And so for the Navajo Nation, that can become a bit of a problem in terms of audit risk and compliance. So it's even more so if they don't have that internal control structure. So if it's not certified, then we have to figure out how to deal with that. Obviously, if we do direct granting to every chapter, then as I mentioned, we have to keep tabs on every one. That's 110 chapters. And then we have to also look at what they're doing. So I just want to make sure and remind everybody, this is not the CSN funds where it's unrestricted. These are restricted federal dollars. So if we subgrant them to, whether they're certified or not, we subgrant them to the chapters, they have to follow the federal rules. So the way we're following them, they have to do it as well. So the other thing I just want everybody to be aware, because I think the 24 million is not the only one. The 24 million also, I think there's other amendments where the chapters are also getting other monies. And so, so if the combined amount that gets grant to them, if that exceeds the 750,000, then every chapter that exceeds that amount is subject to the single audit as well. Basically, if you have a single audit situation and if you're distributing to a non-certified chapter and if they don't have the internal control structure, then that can become an issue. So all these audit issues, they come back to the nation. So I just want to let everybody be aware that annually we have single audit findings, and this past year it was 7. This coming audit, it's going to be less than that. I want to say it's 4. It's not finalized, but our trend has been downward as the Navajo Nation. And so given that we have $714 million to be in charge of, including compliance monitoring, now we gotta think about, okay, we have 110 sub-recipient situations, depending on how risky they are, internal control structure. Then now, you know, we're just thinking about payment, but we're also thinking about compliance. So I just want you not only spending the money, but there's also in terms of audit, the audit inspector general for Treasury, they are going to come in and they're going to be asking questions. And one of the things is they're going to be asking about documentation. So if we don't have that at the chapter level, then we have problems with at the Navajo Nation level. So how do you say we're responsible for that? So in terms of recommendations, I mean, I would err on the side, because I think Shanalla's asking about that. I would err on the side of the nation having more control, because especially on the non-certified, because they don't have that internal control structure. So however way that has to happen, and you just heard from Dr. Yellowman on her capacity, there are a lot of things at play, not only the subrecipient agreement, the subrecipient monitoring, but also execution of the project. The other thing is, I know she had talked about procurement. We're talking procurement. Procurement is a small piece of the whole thing. And one of the things that's problematic now is we're putting the cart before the horse. We haven't had anything appropriated. We haven't had the budget. And, you know, we're talking procurement. It's a little premature, but, you know, I'm glad we're educating and we're trying to get everyone on board on what's to be expected. You know, that's just the process. The next thing is the execution. Execution, I don't know regarding materials, labor, you know, those types of things. The other thing for consideration is trying to simplify things. Is it better to buy a trailer versus building one? Those types of things. There are other things. I don't know if it will fit, but some of the other government, they do like a mortgage or rental assistance. I know we may not have a lot of renters, but we may have people who need mortgage assistance. So those are some other considerations. But I just wanted to share the subrecipient requirements, and that, you know, if we outright disperse these monies, every chapter's got to follow the federal rules. You know, if they procure certain things, they have to follow procurement. So if we're having trouble at the nation with different departments not understanding procurement, then, you know, we have a huge job on our hands to educate the chapters on federal procurement rules. You know, so those are a lot of considerations. I just wanted to make everybody aware of Ishta. I think I covered everything, and I hope it helps clarify. So,
Federal law compliant with those months. How many hours?
Back to you, Honorable Brown.
Thank you, Speaker. That actually does clarify, and that will help in my decision. So, and I think I'm trying to keep this balance to where, once the funding is released, and I think we approved funding for some of these payments and also for the manpower that will be increased at the controller's office and other offices. I think that we can tackle this, knowing that there's other funds that have been allocated. But with that, with the internal controls and the concern that has been, and I know that Resource and Development Committee is well aware and well versed in some of these chapters, some of these audits, and I think we're aware of it in Budget and Finance too. So considering all of that and all the wonderful, robust conversation that we've been having, I think I want to stick with the current amendment. That really helps clarify, and I hope that, and again, I don't want to bog down the system, and I think this is what we are dealt with, and I think we as legislatures are going to have to reconvene, during this pandemic and throughout this pandemic on, so some of these, our own internal systems, and really it's about spending money. And so I would like to stick with the current amendment. And I hope that also clarifies for my colleagues, listening to all those great conversations from some of our experts and their respective fields and their careers and their jobs. Yeah.
Move it on down.
Continue on down. Then going back to 4. New player, Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Speaker. Around the amendment again. I was going to say that that it would be better to stick with this amendment the way it is. But I know that even though we feel confident in our chapters and we want to give the chapters a challenge, we have to think about their audits. We already see this in this. We see that we've heard of all these audit findings from misuse, abuse, lack of fire management system being followed, under the lack of staff, the lack of staff from not only the chapters, but also from CPMD. Is there enough staff there? Actually, there's not even enough staff there working to do this. Earlier this past we were hearing from, and I still go back to saying, give the money back to the people, because we were told before that they want to keep money here on Navajo, by Navajo. But yet we have this Dr. Yellowman and her staff saying that the vendors from Farmington, Albuquerque, those are off reservations. So either way, our community members are going to go off to buy the supplies. This program's going to go off to buy supplies, to buy mod homes, prefab homes, however way you want to look at it. They're going to go off. The funds are going to go off the nation. And we were just now told there's over 800 applicants waiting currently, but there's going to be more, including all that. And then we have to think of the inspections. Who's going to inspect these homes for renovations, the bathroom additions? Who's going to make sure that all the plumbing pipes are put in right? There's a ventilation for it. Who's going to do all that inspection? If we put it upon the nation or the chapters, there's always going to be a concern. They didn't do it right, and they have to redo it. So that's what I'm looking at. I think we're going to be better off if we stick within here, and then even if there's going to be change notices on projects, so how many chapters that you're adequate enough to do a change notice with a project manager there in the chapter? if they hire their own project manager. From here, DA, yes, CPMD, they have the project manager. Yes, they're bogged down. Yes, they have other project authorization. But that's where that could go into, towards putting in more people to do that type of work, so that the chapters can assist and get assistance rather for their community members. So I think all this is going to be better off like this. But I want to say, just to let thank you, back on you.
We'll go back on to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 29 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Fish my son out of the answers that were provided. Just hoping that we get these fundings out as soon as possible and spend it accordingly. So, waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
That, colleagues, nobody else in the queue, nobody else with the reserve time. So let me go once, one twice. Vice Chair Walker, I asked 3 staff members after your comment and you didn't reserve your time.
I did reserve my time, sir. I was asking for the document, the amendments to be written out. Then I said I would make my comments or requests after that. I asked to reserve my time.
Vice Chair Walker, I'm sorry you didn't reserve your time. I personally asked after that too. You reserved your time and you didn't reserve your time.
Okay, put me in the queue.
Hey, that, moving on down. Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. The sponsor. I appreciate this discussion, and I really was hoping that what Chairman So recommended could be the amendment to just give it to the housing discretionary funds, because it does go through a process and it does have accountability, but that has been pretty much been dealt with. And I had to leave the session for a while because I had to take care of some chapter matters at Oak Springs. But I don't know if there was any mention of using this housing funds to pay for labor too, because when those housing discretionary funds go out to the chapters, chapters use so much of that to provide labor also, because they use some of the discretionary funds and then PEP funds to be able to help those people that don't have anybody to help them to, I guess, as far as renovating the house or whatever. But that's one of the problems that we're going to have is the labor portion of it. I know you might think, well, there's PEP funds, but this is towards the end of the fiscal year, and a lot of chapters are going to be low on their PEP funds. So we can't really rely on that. So I don't know if any of this money that's going to go to the chapters, this $24 million, can also be used to help families. Like if they want their roofing replaced, to use some of the funding to get people to do that for them. We're going to hire people. No. Hello?
Thank you, Honorable Rica. We go back to Honorable Brown.